And that's been my journey at Airtel.
Thank you, everyone. And it was like really commendable to listen to all the experiences. It tells us how much we have evolved as an industry and how much more is yet to come, and definitely inspirational. But I think, Abhishek, you might be one of the favorite for the audience since you're hiring. Okay. Adding to that, Abhishek, you have worked in various domains related to product management, and you have also been a co founder of a startup. And this is a kind of career many people aspire to have. So, my first question to you is that what is the definition of product management according to you? And also, if you can share a personal anecdote or experience that illustrates how innovation played a pivotal role in launching a breakthrough product.
I think that's a great question. I would not give a textbook definition. To me, product management is mostly common sense. As some of the other panelists have also highlighted, it's basically simple problem solving. You would probably get 10 different problems a day. You would have to do strategic thinking, and you would align your engineering, your business, and design thinking to build a product. But you don't build something just to for the sake of building. You don't build features just to fill a roadmap. You have to have a strategy that this is what I'm trying to do. You have to have maybe 10 hypotheses, and with that you would keep on testing each of your hypotheses as you build your product. One thing that I really appreciate in this is you don't have to marry yourself to any idea. You don't have to be defensible, because you will get a lot of feedback and your idea might not work also. So you have to detach yourself from all ideas. You have to take everybody's inputs. You have to be the decision maker that I decide to do this in this order. And if something is not working, be ready to kill it. Don't feel like this idea or this startup is my baby, I cannot kill it. You have to be very detached, take the ruthless decisions. It will be very painful, but you have to do. The main goal is to build the business. And coming to one personal story, when COVID happened, I was heading product teams for RateGain, and we worked with almost everyone in travel, from all major global airlines, from an hotel chains, from an OYO to a Marriott, from all OTAs like Booking, Expedia, everybody worked with us. So what we saw was everybody used to buy our pricing analytics products, but demand became very unpredictable due to COVID. There were new restrictions that were happening. Some country was going into lockdown, some was coming out of it. Then there were multiple phases. We saw if there is an event in a city, suddenly their prices in hotels and airlines will spike to a lot, and which made the business very unpredictable for our partners. So, and RateGain was sitting on 20 years of travel data across different industries, different companies, and different countries. So, and at that time, AI was not as popular as it is today. We did not do generative AI. What we thought is we will build a demand prediction product for our partners. We would analyze every city's demand because we know the hotel prices, car rental prices, flights. We know how many people are coming in a city. We know how these prices are moving. With that, we could build a travel index for every city in the world. And that travel index, when we combine with a company's sales, we knew that for a particular level of travel demand, what is the revenue you should be doing? Are you getting your fair share in the market, or are you leaving money on the table for some other guy? So with this product, we were able to help a lot of car rental companies, holiday parks, not not leave money on the table. So you could actually in travel, you could always decrease prices and get more revenue. But how do you know that there is more demand? So if you know there is more demand, you let other guys sell first at lower prices. And when there is monopoly, you can charge any amount of price. So this is the AI product that we built from scratch. We leveraged all sorts of data that we had. We combined it with weather data, news data, events. We combined it with real-time travel information, like how many passengers are coming, and combined it with the partners' data, like how much revenue are they doing. With this, we built their pricing algorithms. We updated those in their GDS. We gave them insights into whether you can increase your inventory or not, because pricing is also a function, how much supply do you have remaining. And we saw great success with it. And along with the other products, this product was also fundamental for us as we went to IPO in 2021. So RateGain, you might have heard, it's one of the only startups that their share price is doing really well. It has, from its IPO price, it has already done 3x in last 1 year. And you would see a lot of tech startups have not been able to do that yet. So,
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for sharing your experience. So, diving into our panel's theme and building on that, Rahul, in your view, what are the essential ingredients for fostering a culture of creativity and innovation within product teams? So as you have seen, we have seen that you have worked with various teams. You have also worked with core AI teams, and also you, as you say, that you are a manager of managers. So how do you think that you encourage your team members to think outside the box?
So I want to touch upon the whole product management piece first. We heard Sir talk about it. Abhishek alluded to it. I mean, I want, this is my personal view though. No one can teach you product management. There are courses out there which will tell you how to go about it. What are the mechanics of doing product management? But I very strongly believe it's a personality. And either you can be born with that personality or you develop it over time. No one absolutely can give you a lecture and say, okay, now you're ready to be a product manager. And what really are the traits of that personality, right? Which also speaks to the question Shatakshi asked. I think the first and the foremost is you have to be willing to risk it all. And again, the context depends on the company you are with. But if you are risk averse, you will not go anywhere in your product management journey. Absolutely nowhere. And this is an extremely critical point, which I would strongly recommend all of you to remember. We are all bound by our own experiences, right? We feel that, hey, here is a problem that we have to solve. This is the way I read about it. This is what I've heard or learned from folks. Let me solve it this way. You're basically chasing an outcome there. You're not thinking of creating an impact. What you're basically doing is, all right, I have a problem to solve. I'll get it done, and okay, I'll get a positive outcome and be done with it. Please don't do that. Please don't practice that. Practice taking risk. And the other thing related is practice intuitive problem solving, which means challenge yourself to think, to borrow a cliche term, think outside the box. Again, we as product managers can never ever be, all right, you have to build a car. I need 4 wheels. I need a chassis. I need an engine, blah, 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 done. What is the next generation car that probably the world wants, right? That is how Prime was invented. I don't know. I'm a big Jeff Bezos fan, not just because I worked for Amazon for a long time, but in general. There's a popular thing Bezos said about Prime. No one asked for it. We still invented it. How do you get to moments like that? It is all about, that intuitive problem solving, and you're thinking beyond what's out there when you're really trying to anticipate what is that unarticulated need that the customers are not surfacing to you. It'll come with practice again. It'll not come in day one, but keep your minds open to actually doing that all along. So these are two things I really stress upon, even as a manager of managers to my team. The other thing is, I've stressed upon it. There's probably a bias because I'm from data background, but I've not seen any product succeed unless there's enough thinking through on, what the customer is saying, what the market need is, what is the expected impact. And then once you launch it, once you do the MVPs, really actually having the metrics that you can start tracking from day one. And metrics doesn't mean here, what is the revenue coming in, what is the CAC, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you create a product. Do you even know how the users are experiencing that product? Which is the fastest website? Can anyone share their experience, or which website sucks the most? Probably not the thing to say on this platform. But when you are a product manager, right, you have to think of nuances like that. You have to constantly look at things such as API response time. You have to look at page render times. I mean, there are things like you do the progressive loading of the page, right? I mean, Do I show 10 items? Do I show above the fold? Do I show below the fold? Can I do 30 items? How can I save my API costs? How can I avoid querying the database every single time? So some of the minute things you will absolutely have to look at all the times, and you can't do that without data. So you have to have a strong data support in whatever product initiatives you are actually doing. And the last thing I tell is it's okay to fail. It's absolutely okay to fail. You have to be, I mean, you said the Gita thing, right? I coincidentally used to say the same thing, that I'm your boss. You don't worry about, what's coming out of it. All I care for is, are we trying to do the right thing? Are we really trying to innovate? Are we looking at what's not there? Are we looking beyond the horizon? And in the process, you as a product manager, you as a team have the opportunity to do a lot more. I don't know if R&D is like a formal course here, but in R&D parlance, there's typically two phases of the innovation cycle: idea to concept and concept to market time. And then whatever you take to the market, there's a commercialization percentage associated with it, right? 15 years back, I used to work in R&D strategy space at Gartner. And through data, I have this data point that companies who are willing to forgo the speed at the idea to concept have a much faster concept to market and a higher commercialization rate when the product goes out in the market. So that is probably philosophy, but I've seen that through data, and I've seen that in effect. So do not hesitate to try out things. Do not hesitate to fail, right? And Abhishek said, don't get married to the outcome. I think you also said that, right? It's okay. Change your view. I mean, your whole job is to change your view. It's okay. Absolutely okay. Flip every single day if you have to. Not like every single day, but every time you learn something that, okay, this requires a change in direction, you have to be okay with that. As product managers, we are very guilty. Yeah, this is my product. I mean, if I go back, I'm not going to look. No, that's not what your job is. So that's bottom line. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So actually it was very nicely put, and like it's all about experience and going out there. It's like you cannot learn how to swim without jumping into the water. So you have to go out there and you have to learn from the practice. And as Abhishek said, you have to be detached from the product and not see upon the outcomes.
Actually, I just want to add on to what Rahul mentioned, right? This ability to zoom in and zoom out is a very important aspect of product management, right? So if I go and tell my team member, hey, you know what, solve this page load issue. And if this person does not ask me why, that is a problem, right? It's the people in product management go into the depth of the problems. Of course, they need to. And it's not just technology, it's processes, it's legal, regulatory, design, everywhere. And yet they have the ability to look out and look at the horizon and say, okay, what are we trying to solve? This skill is something which, as Rahul mentioned, some people are born with it, some people learn, but it's very, very important for a great product manager.
Thank you, Rishabh. Now turning to you, Arif, you come with a very distinct experience in life sciences domain. And as I told you yesterday, we have many students here who come from the similar background. So pointing my question to you, how is the product strategy different when it comes to this domain? And how do you see it adapting to the technological advancements?
As a product manager. Okay, so from a strategy point of view, whether it is healthcare or whether any other sector, it is almost similar. But healthcare, since it touches human life, it is a highly regulated space. So when you build softwares, when you build platforms, you ensure that you are compliant to a lot of regulatory, compliances and ethics, etc. So you make products which are patient first, not necessarily the pharma, the consumer, the actual sponsor of your product first. You put yourself in the shoes and the place of your end users, feel the pain and suffering which they undergo, or think in a product world, think of it like this. You understand the problem and you put yourself in a position where you can feel the problem yourself, like what exactly the end user is going on, and then think of it as though someone has given you an opportunity now that you can go ahead and solve those problems. So that is, and in life science industry, put it with the perspective of patients, and that's what strategies around life sciences are. It's highly regulated, highly patient-centric, and the chances of mistakes in your products, which do happens, but the impact is very high. It's not like you couldn't sell a stock today. It's okay, I'll sell it tomorrow. Here, people can have serious, health issues, or so. Yeah, that's how healthcare businesses run, probably. Yeah.
Thank you, Arif. And very interesting analogy with the stock market, that it's not like you can sell the share tomorrow. And now moving on to our swag wala PM, Shravan Tiku. So he has himself, as he said, he has himself interviewed many PMs, and also he has helped many people to land up the roles. As I remember, 500 in the past years.
That was not me, that was the community. I did whatever little I could. Yeah.
But you're leading the community, so that's why. Okay, so you say that product management is a thinking process, like a YouTube introduction that says it like that. So would you like to shed some light on that statement? And we definitely expect some humor from
Sure, sure, absolutely, for sure. Humor for sure. I don't know how insightful it will be, but then again. So I've always believed that there are two kinds of problems in the world, which are deterministic problems and non-deterministic problems. Deterministic problems are generally those problems where you know the pathway, that okay, if I have to design a landing page, I've seen tons of landing page on the internet, at least some structure I know, right? I might have to change the copy, the color, and things like that. But a non-deterministic problem, something becomes like if you start a travel agency today, you can kind of marry 100 cabs to 100 people, right? But if I ask the very same question, can you do it for 10 million people in a single day? Then it becomes a very complex problem, right? So complex systems generally have two functions, right? The first function is discovery, which a product manager does. And the second is execution, which we talk about the skills that we have, right? And discovery is not in general only from a product lens. It also is from a people's lens that you do that. And if you do consistent discovery, what I mean by that is what sort of problem you're solving. Are you looking at the right TG? Are you looking at the right value system for the customer, right? And if you spend consistent time over there, then only you will be able to realize that, oh, I missed these 5 variables where I was kind of, and most people, what they do, they typically think that a particular problem at scale has only like 5 or 7 variables, major variables, which affect the problem statement. But in general, when they go and meddle with the system, do a change in the system, there is some unintended consequence over to that, right? So it is why it is very, very imperative that you start thinking at how people think and how metacognition actually happens. Right? And once you start thinking on those lens, then you will come up with more and more variable. And as something that I think Rahul also said, that it is not about a great PM is not someone who builds a perfect product. A great PM is someone who takes an imperfect product, builds very strong feedback loops, and consistently iterates it over time. It's like dx, 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 and an integration of dx brings x value into the product. So that's why it is way more important that you start thinking from a thinking lens, that how would this user perceive? And I've always spoken like this, true product management experiences are rarely in statistics, they are in anecdotes, right? How people actually, if you're not making a person happy with your experience, over time in a sample set, you would see that the entire structure, like you cannot say that I improve 500% revenue and you don't necessarily understand that what impact it is actually happening on the other person. So that is something that you have to be very, very critical about. And again, the last thing that I would say in this particular piece is that what thinking also does is builds a self-reflective layer, right? The first thing a leader has to do is not to manage someone else, but to manage himself or herself, right? And how you behave with other people is what people will learn, right? And that's the culture they will build, and that is where the ethos of multiple people working together and solving a problem comes together. That's how teams function, right? So I think that is just the big part of it, but the funny part here is that if you truly want to build product systems, yes, you have to be very, very conscious that you'll fail to so many times that it kind of brings too much misery to you. But you have to be happy with that misery. As Sir was also saying that when he was giving that lecture across. Awesome. Yeah.
Thank you, Shravan. So yes, definitely, as you said. So again, I think it comes down to empathy to yourself as well as to your team. Yeah. Then shifting our focus to you now, Rishabh, and you have also held many leadership roles in the product management domain, and also you hail from ISB. And we all know XLRI has a very good relation with ISB. So how do you suggest that we should handle the competition? And could you share effective strategy that you use to differentiate your product and stay ahead?
Okay, very, very interesting question. And as like a product manager, I will break it down to two parts. First is, how do B school students actually take the learning from here and apply it in the real world, right? So basically, the learning that you had in this year, you have to treat it as a training for your mental model. I think a lot of panelists have mentioned it's a mindset rather than a training for how you actually go out and solve problems. And I have to take one example of how I'm going to showcase this, right? So a couple of people talked about the COVID situation, which was very unprecedented. If I think about what we did, India is still a significant cash economy, and half of our customers still used to go to small mom and pop stores to pay and do their recharge. Now, during the first lockdown, imagine that half of the population of this country did not have that avenue open, right? And we still had to make sure that our customers are serviced well. They do not have a break in an essential aspect, which is simply calling each other, right? Now, no training or no kind of model that you would learn would train you to deal with that kind of a situation. It is all about how you really think about how do you solve this problem with so much simplicity that it does not impact the consumer behavior to an extent that we have to retrain 300 million customers and yet solve that problem, right? And the way we did it was with an equal elegance that we made every single of our customer a pseudo retailer. We said, if you have somebody, if you're a smartphone customer, you can recharge for your house help. If you are a member of a family who maybe cannot do that, you can recharge for them. And by the way, here are some special gifts that are available to you, and you can choose to use it or even pass it on to the person, right? This is basically the way that all product managers are built. And the learning that you will have, that I had from my experience at ISB, and I'm sure you will have at Accelerate, is how do you dissociate yourself from the solution, think about bigger picture, love problems, not solutions. And these are the kind of toolkits that you will develop over a period of time, but this program will give you a jump start in that, right? The second part of the question is the competition, right? And invention, how does it happen, is the mother of necessity. Sorry, necessity is the mother of invention. I think competition is the mother of innovation, right? If there was no competition, I don't think we would be pushed to innovate at all, right? In the market that we operate, there is tremendous competition because the nature of the business in telcos especially is there are 3.5 players right now, if I count BSNL. And the level of innovation and the competition that we have is, I would consider, a very healthy one. But as product managers, we always think of how we differentiate ourselves. What is that value of one aspect that creates a moat for our customers to be with us? There are always going to be some Me Too products. That's unfortunately a reality of the situation, that if a competition does something and it's important, we will copy it. And it's what other competitors do as well. At the same time, we keep on improving and building on certain things which will make a value, make a difference, right? Airtel as an organization differentiates itself in our customer experience and value. One of the things we did was create an Airtel Black experience. If people were not aware of it, it's basically a place where one person can have all the services under one bill. So easy, so convenient. You don't have to go to multiple places. We have a dedicated person who can help you out in case you need support. That itself created a differentiator for us, which is hard to copy, difficult to implement, and it made a difference for us, right? And we keep on doing this. It's a constant cycle of how we keep ourselves above our competition, and sometimes they win, sometimes we win, and that's how we operate on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Rishabh. Thank you for highlighting the constant cycle. And now, building on that, Abhishek, you come from fintech domain. Can you share how you balance the need for user friendliness with the strict security requirements for financial products when developing innovative features?
I think so in fintech, as we are in a very regulated industry, I would not say we are able to balance it. You have to over-index on one side, and we currently over-index on the side of compliance. We proud ourselves in being very strictly compliant. Any marketing copy that goes out of us has to be reviewed by SEBI. We cannot even write a word. There are a lot of restrictions on using a lot of words that we can use in a marketing copy. We get quarterly audits by BSE, NSE, and SEBI. We work very closely with them. We are very humbled to have very distinguished industry veterans on our board to guide us be compliant. Mr. Anup Padwan, who is ex-company secretary of India, is on our board for securities. We do interact with SEBI on all the things that we want to do, and we seek their advisory before we take any action. So I'll give you a live example also. Since we were selling to HNIs were very comfortable with bonds market, so we were able to make good revenue in that. But very recently, when we launched Aspiro for retail customers who do not understand bonds, we wanted to launch a product. And in that, we faced people don't know how do you verify your DMAT? Like, what is a CMR copy? A lot of you might be doing equity trading, but if I ask you to give me a CMR copy, you will be like, what is a CMR copy? And that's what we realized, like people don't know. And I cannot skip that compliance. I could just take their number and verify it on my own. But let's say compliance says that I need to have that documented proof. And people are not able to give that proof. They don't understand. A digital broker like Zerodha would give you in email, but if you work with traditional brokers, you will have to ask them, they will courier it to you, it will take a week. Imagine an onboarding journey where user takes 10, 15 days to, like, who has that patience? So we were losing a lot of users, and then we could not do anything random. So we relied on RBI's account aggregator framework. In that framework, thankfully, they launched personal wealth modules, they launched lending modules. In those modules, with the consent of the user, I can pull in their DMAT information. So we, instead of trying to ask the user, we took their consent, and now we are able to pull that information directly. That is how we are improving and keeping that balance. So we never try to optimize for UX, compromising the compliance handle.
Actually, it is very, lovely to hear that you pay heed to the compliances, because we all have heard about Paytm. So I'm sorry for cracking that joke. Okay. So moving on, and now a further question to you, Rahul. So as we heard Professor Sarangi saying that customer delight, it's like a holy grail, and it's something that we never really get. And also Shravan mentioned that we should look at the product from people's lens. So can you discuss the importance of customer feedback and market research in shaping product development strategies? And how do you ensure that the voice of the customer is integrated into the product roadmap effectively?
That's a good question. And I wish a lot more product managers valued market research as much they need to. No one in this earth, I mean, many people probably would know everything about the domain they are operating in, right? How the domain works, what the workflows are, what the customer wants. How do you know them? Any guesses? Anyone wants to take a stab? Yeah, don't say market research. That's my answer. Okay. Market research is, I feel, the most underutilized, I'll say, way to understand the market today, to understand what the product can really fulfill. And whether you're launching a new product, it's very pertinent when you're launching a new product, because you typically would set up focus group discussions. And your focus group discussions would be basis some level of hypothesis around who the users of the product are going to be, how are they going to use it, what are the type of features they'll ultimately want to use. So, you define your focus groups and then you do your market research, you talk to them. This is primary research, obviously, and then you realize that all your hypothesis is down the drain. You realize these guys are talking Greek. I mean, I was on a completely different planet. Now, imagine if you don't do market research, you'll end up creating a product where you're rattling your head on what went wrong. The simple thing is you haven't done your market research. So, I mean, I can't stress upon it enough. In product roles, if you don't have the option to do market research, try and do, if you don't have the option of doing primary research, try and do as much secondary research as you could. Inform yourself about the domain, obviously, but what happens within the domain. This is pertinent not just for B2C, this is extremely pertinent for B2B. A lot of B2B platforms, in my experience, get created by the product manager's understanding of how the system works. I mean, that system will be used by 15 different people. Do you know what those 15 different people do on that system day-on-day basis? What are the steps they follow? What are the journeys they do? I mean, good product managers would have done that, but most don't. So I see that as an element of market research as well. So yeah, I mean, market research is extremely important. Whenever you're creating a new product, I don't think it is negotiable at all. And even pivoting for an existing product or trying to, drive breakthrough innovation in that, you should apply the same process. And again, secondary is okay. I am personally a big fan of doing some level of primary research so that you get direct customer anecdotes, you get what the customer personas are, what the customer journeys are. These two things are extremely important in every single product, B2B, B2C. There is no way around that. Coming to customer feedback, I think there are, I mean, it's important, obviously, launching the product for the customer. I'm just trying to think, you have to have ways to constantly gather that feedback. And if you don't have formal forums, the first thing is to basically metricize everything. Typically, this is again something that happens. You will end up signing up for the output metrics. That is, if you're a B2B, B2C, what is the commercialization happening? If you're a B2B, how many processes are going through? It's good. It gives you, it acts like a, what you call symptom reporter, right? That is, something is probably working, not working. But at the same time, you have to have a second level, what typically in Amazon parlance we used to call as input metric. You have to have a sense of what's driving that behavior. Like in B2B, if you see the number of workflows that are expected to happen not happening, why is that? Because are the users missing critical functionality that was required in order for them to complete their process, right? Similar in a B2C, I talked about this a bit earlier. If the page load, the page render time is gone from 1 to 3 seconds, I mean, I wouldn't have the patience today to actually sit and wait for the page to load in 3 seconds. So you have to have that framework of output metrics. Typically that would exist, but as product managers, you have to have like a secondary framework, which is more focused on the inputs as well, because that's really what helps you iterate on the product. And I come from an environment where we used to track these very, very rigorously. I mean, there's this concept called weekly business reviews, where half of the discussion is around the metrics. Sorry, I keep bringing Amazon up, but I love the company. I worked there for a long time. But to your point about how frequently you look at it every single day. If you have to set up a tracking methodology, you should be reading your outputs every single day. You as a product manager, when you come in, the first thing that should show up on the desktop is really how did your product do yesterday? Because you can't wait for a week or a month to understand there's some breakage in experience and have your teams figure out, okay, what went wrong. So you need to have that. The inputs, obviously, you can review periodically. You don't have to do that every single day. That to me kind of makes sure that you're keeping the product afloat. The other thing that again works very well is periodic interviews. I think Shravan mentioned it, right? Anecdotes are extremely powerful. Whoever the user is, you have to have a mechanism for having these periodic interviews. So when we had products launching for last mile at Amazon, we used to have the product managers go out with their delivery associates, like on their bikes, on the delivery runs. And this is basically, imagine, I'm guessing a lot of you would be from Bangalore. So imagine spending a day in Bangalore traffic delivering 20 parcels. That could be pretty tedious, right? The product manager um, was almost, I mean, it was mandatory for the product manager to do that. You know, those delivery runs, speaking to the customer, speaking to the delivery associate, seeing what the experience is on that platform, the product that they've developed, that give the best insight into what's working and what's not working. And that by default used to supersede every single thing that was there on the roadmap. Because you could have a fancy roadmap, hey, I want to go to Mars, but the fact is your delivery associate or customer who's using it on a daily basis is not able to get the stuff done. So those are some of the ways that I've seen work very well in the past. So you need to, basically to summarize, you need to have a very cohesive strategy, a good mix of, getting the anecdotes as well as metricizing every single thing that you can. And you really can metricize everything. There is, it is possible. We just have to dive in, and that's something you folks would be required in your respective roles as you take it on.
Thank you, Rahul. And definitely customer research, as you highlighted, it's a very important aspect for keeping the product afloat. Now, moving on to you, Arif. Also, there's another aspect that is calculated risks. So can you discuss a time when you had to navigate uncertainties or challenges while pursuing an innovative product idea? How did you approach risk management in that scenario?
That's something which we do daily, I would say, risk management and calculated risk. I would rather call it as informed and learned risks. Okay, and that is something, from a collaboration point of view, as Professor has already mentioned earlier, this is not something that we take decisions individually. It is a group, it's a team. We involve customers very early on. In agile world, that's a benefit that we have, that we can involve all the customers from iterative small pieces of development. And so it's not really a risk. It is a risk, but it's not something which is like a gamble. Okay, it is something which is learned, informed, well collaborated, well agreed upon, and in iterative step. You don't build a house and then decide whether you like it or not. You build the foundation first, you have the pillars and the designs. And so these collaborative and iterative way of and learned way of approaching the development, I think, is one of the key to mitigate the risk and then take those calculated risks.
Thank you, Arif. Now moving on to you, Shravan. So how has been your experience in content creation on product management and also in your product development role as your primary role? And how did you balance the both of them simultaneously?
Sure, it's a very nice question actually. So the thing, every one of you, I'll kind of summarize in a 2-minute story. Bear with me for a minute. So for the first 6 years of my life in product management, working across organizations in e-commerce, Flipkart, logistics, and other places, what I realized was, at least in startups, right? The principles that we keep talking about in enterprise setups, which are generally built at scale, for systems built at scale, are not very applicable that much, because like if you build a roadmap for 12 months, right? In startup, because of constraints of capital and things like that, you might have to pivot every now and then, right? The thing was, and one of the things that I realized, that especially on LinkedIn, right, because it's a professional platform, right, most people used to talk about deep concepts like first principle design thinking and things like that, which are for the general audience difficult to understand unless they put some level of intent over there. So one thing I realized, that the dev community over the last 20 years, right, used sarcasm a lot, at least in blog posts, right? If you would have seen any dev blogs, they would say how to center a dev and things like that, right? So I thought product also has that same ethos, right? You don't release on a Friday. You don't do that, right? So I became the person who shares news on the product management on LinkedIn, and people started to like it. I realized that very early on that either they will find some value as a direct insight, or at least they'll smile. They'll be happy about it, right? And that is what kind of spiraled that across. But over time, I realized it built one very strong principle in myself. That is something called constrained thinking, right? Like, for example, if I ask all of you this question that you have 30 lakh rupees and you have 1 crore rupees, and the outcome that you want to achieve in the kind of house that you want to build is the same, right? The quality should be the same. Where would be you more creative? In option A or in option B? Where you have less funds or where you have more funds? Where you have less funds, because you will have to be extremely creative and extremely responsible what we want to do. So a lot of people think that I started writing on LinkedIn because the first most obvious outcome is to build a brand, right? But I think for me, it was more about it had a character limit of 1,300 characters, right? And whatever I had to summarize, I had to do justice to it in 1,300 characters. And while you consistently do that, right, it brings very strong prioritization frameworks in your head. Like it's often said that you remember like 10% of what you read, 20% of what you write, 50% of what you write and apply, and 60% of what you teach, right? So that is something that I consistently did. And over time, it also helped me build a network, which led to opportunities for me and also able to build a strong community ethos that I did. So I think it's more like, how do I put it? It's more like a principle of life that I write every day. That is something that I do. And I think the implicit and explicit benefits are very clear, right? The one way that whenever you write a PRD, you don't want to write a 20-page PRD where everybody has to be the entire engineering team. The purpose of a PRD is that if a PM is not there, it kind of gives that sense to the engineering team that what is the objective, what is the problem that I wanted to solve. And the better, the thorough and the more constrained you are, the more people would try to respect your ideas and insight. It's like insight per minute has to go up, right? And that is something that people do. So I think it was a specific balance, and nowadays it is just a natural process. It's like a mental gym that you keep doing. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, yesterday only we were reading in the class that how much prioritization is important and how to do that. And that's why it's nice to see that you learned, obviously you learned it through your experience, but also on LinkedIn while writing the post. So that was very nice analogy. Now moving on to you, Rishabh. As an MBA graduate transitioning into the industry, could you elaborate on the differences you have encountered between classroom study and real world industry practice? As Rahul also told in the starting that, product management, it's not something that you can be taught. So additionally, how can one adapt to to navigate the challenges of the professional environment?
Actually, this is a very personal experience that I had, that you go from a very comfortable environment to a real world environment. And there are 2-3 aspects which really kind of hit you when you start working in the real world. The first is stakeholders. I'm sure the panel will agree right there that, the stakeholder management is a very, very important aspect of a product manager. And the thing about product management is that you don't directly have influence or authority over them, right? You have to use your skills to actually convince them, put them into a place where they are part of your journey, part of what you want to do. And there will be many different people who will want to do different things, and you have to put them together and pull a lot of your equity and build a lot of trust so that you can actually go ahead and do a lot of things, right? So that's a very important soft skill and a toolkit for the people who are entering the product management domain. The second one is how complex the ecosystem is, right? In a classroom environment, we all take case studies. We know this is the box. We know these are the numbers, and therefore we go about and solving it using certain frameworks, right? In the real world, there will be about 100 other things that you may or may not have considered, right? We talked about risk mitigation, right? Some of these, what we classify as known unknowns, which we can think of. And then there are those hundreds of unknown unknowns, which are something which will just come one fine day and you're like, oh, I did not think about that. Right. And that is basically one very key learning for me, that, you know, while you can, of course, plan for the known unknowns, but the unknown unknowns will come and bite you. And you have to be prepared to take a quick action, maybe change the direction which you're thinking. And the third part is about how do you really understand the customer well. If you take what Rahul mentioned, right, that anecdotes and customer feedback is a very important tool. It is, but you also have to take it with a grain of salt. If you ask a customer, how can you improve Zomato, they will say 5 minute mein khana chahiye. If you ask how you improve Amazon, they will say मैंने shirt search किया, मेरे size का color का shirt आना चाहिए. Does that really solve the problem? The answer probably no. One personal experience is that we used to hear a lot, the Airtel app is slow, Airtel app is slow. We put a lot of effort, we improved it, and people were like, you know, app is loading so fast, I don't think this data is true. So we had to manually put some timer so that people think there is some processing happening and number ab theek aa raha hai. Right. And that's the kind of thing you learn when you are really, you know, on the job, and you decipher the real need and separate from the want.
I think just to add to what Rishabh said, the known unknown, I would put another layer on that. There is a concept of controllable, uncontrollable, and you'll always run into that. When you start your product development, right, and when you hypothesize about what need the product is going to fulfill, what's going to make it successful, what's not going to make it successful, you need to have that classification already drawn out in your mind, so that when that situation happens, you are not running after things that you cannot control. That also helps you prime up your stakeholders. That guys, if this was to happen, this is an expected scenario. Don't expect me to, I mean, you wouldn't say it like that, but the idea is that we are not going to run after fixing the uncontrollable variables here. Pandemic is a great example, right? A lot of things just spun out of control for most businesses out there. So just keep that in mind. I mean, known unknowns, controllables, uncontrollables, those are some very good frameworks to help you align stakeholders, to help you prioritize when you run into that situation.
Yes, I remember this, like Professor Sarangi said that the role of a product manager is defined but undefined. So it's like known, unknown, and controllable and uncontrollables. Again, now my question to you is, it's to you, Arif, that continuing on that point, innovation is not just about generating ideas, but also about executing them successfully. What methodologies do you use to validate and bring innovative product concepts to market?
See, I'm not more into methodologies and frameworks. Innovation is part of everyday development that we do. Okay, whatever you build, you know, anything new is innovative. That is innovation. And then there is a phase where you are into maintenance mode. So it's again, I would say it's a collaborative thing. You know, you work in collaborations. There are subject matter experts. You have your customers where you work together, gain knowledge, be prepared for the unknown, as folks over here said. And innovation is part of you know, our daily job. Even if you're a large company, if you don't innovate, you will become redundant in the coming days. And if you're a startup, you would not be able to scale up if you don't innovate.
Yes, that makes sense. My next question is to you, Shravan. So this is like one of your favorite questions that you ask many people on your channel, that who is a good product manager?
Sure.
So I would like to ask you the same question.
Fair enough. It's the logically the most toughest question yeah, for sure. So I think in general, there's this thesis that people think that product management is more about kind of learning skills, like how do you wireframe better, how do you design things better. But in general, in putting 3 words, product management truly is resourcefulness. How resourceful you are, right? The reason is, like, as Rahul put across, and a lot of people on the panel essentially put across, there is a bit of chaos in every system, right? And what is chaos? Chaos is the risk after you plan everything. That's what chaos is, right? So what essentially happens is when you start building across and you start thinking about the smallest of outcomes, right? You would not remember Apple when essentially you wear the Apple Watch because the experience is the same for everyone. But if you fall and the message goes to the emergency contact, then you will remember that anecdotal experience. So that is how even the planning of this event in some capacity is product management, because you thought how do you build the structure of the event, what should be the panelists speak about, you plan the questions and things like that. And this experience in itself will bring us back tomorrow if there's another event that happens, right? This is a great happy experience that you put across. So I think there are 3-4 major skill set which develop resourcefulness in a product manager. The first thing is you have to be very curious, right? What I mean by curiosity is anything that's interesting should interest you. Like a lot of times people ask me, which is your favorite subject? Anything that's interesting is my favorite subject, right? That's the first thing. I think the second thing that you need to understand is there should be a value to listening, right? And generally how listening happens is like there was this very famous quote by George Bernard Shaw that sometimes the best way to gain control is to give control, right? And you make the user comfortable, you listen a lot. The essence is not to drive your own bias. The essence is to feel that what the person is saying to you. I think the third thing that is even more important is that you need to be very resilient and very passionate. And what I mean by passionate is that, like, for example, you built a product for 100 people and you could scale it to that point. And then post that, you want to scale it to maybe like 1,000 people, right? Then there is a different mindset that you would definitely would need to. What sort of problems, what will happen at scale, what variables will come in. I think the fourth part, which is that you need to be an ever learner. Ever learner. If you stop learning, the moment you say that I know this, I'm an expert here, is the day you're not an expert anymore, right? I think these 4 things, if they happen from a mindset perspective, you would start learning. And I generally say this in a lot of places that problems lead to skills. Skills don't lead to problems. You first figure out what is the problem. Like something like Rahul said, that if an API is slow, you probably would look at the system design side of things, right? But if you feel that if somebody is coming on the landing page and my average conversion is not what the industry standard is, I would work on the design sides of the aspect. And that is something that a product manager truly does. So I think 3-4 things. You need to be very curious. You need to be empathetic, and empathy is not in words, but in actions. I think the third thing is you need to be very resilient, because there is a bit of chaos in every system. And the fourth thing is you essentially be an ever learner, and over that you build whatever skills that you want to build across. Awesome.
Thank you, Shravan. That sums it up very nicely. Now, as we wrap up our discussion, and before I open up the floor for the audience, I would like to ask each panelist to share one key takeaway or piece of advice for our audience on igniting innovation and launching breakthrough products. What final words of wisdom would you like to leave with our future business leaders?
I think one thing I would leave everyone is, as a PM, you would always romanticize launching disruptive products, or you would always think that we will launch something crazy. But the real magic happens in doing the incremental developments. And I say with a lot of humility that it also depends on the organization's context. Everybody's not Sam Altman that you would launch a GPT-4 or GPT-3, you would get billions of dollars of funding. In most companies, you would be doing incremental development. Rahul might want to kill me for the next statement. Like, when was the last time you have seen anything very disruptive from Amazon.com? They're doing very great work in their AWS business, but majority of the PMs are working on launching incremental things. Disruption happens with a very, very core deep insight about the business, about the customer. Take any example. iPhone, you could consider a disruption, but look at the last 10-15 models, right? Netflix did a pivot. They were selling DVDs. They had an insight that future is into online streaming, so they did that disruption. But that disruption happens maybe once in a decade or once in 5 years. After that, everybody would be focusing on incremental developments. So always focus on that. And when you have that deep insight, have the courage to take the disruptive measures also. So yeah, thank you.
I'm itching to respond to you. Just on the Amazon part first, I think no, this is an important one for everyone, right? I mean, we tend to evaluate Amazon from a CX standpoint, but what do you think the moat for Amazon is? Anyone? Come on, you guys gotta have answer to this.
Supply chain.
The fulfillment. Who said that? Who said supply chain? Their fulfillment is the moat. You know, their ability to actually get the order to you within the promised time frame. That's really their moat. The fulfillment centers that they've built, the delivery centers, etc. So the innovation is happening on the other side now because customers are happy now, right? The CX is sorted for. Nothing more to add. I mean, a lot of people have said, right? Don't be risk averse at all. I mean, one thing I do want to sign off with is specifically, I mean, this is not on the product management side, but we keep hearing about diversity inclusion a lot these days, right? As a leader, it took me a while to really absorb what that means. And once I did, the power of it is applies beyond genders. It applies beyond everything that you can imagine, and it applies beyond the workplace. I mean, it is about being inclusive to the guy who drove you to the office, who drove you to the campus or whatever. So practice that, and you'll see amazing things happen in your role as product managers, because the moment you get to a point where you're able to understand the other person's context, winning that trust with your stakeholders is going to get extremely easy. So please absolutely practice that along with all the other things we have talked about. Thank you.
As a product manager or future product managers, I would suggest you find your passion, the areas which really make you very passionate, the areas where you like. Find your niche. Try to get as much expertise as possible, but remember that you will never know everything. Okay, and as you know, in practical life in product managers, apart from those areas where you're very strong at, you know, whether it is design or your understanding of businesses, or some come from technology background and they're great developers in the past, whatever it is, remember we are orchestrators and we are collaborators, and there are so many aspects of a product, from initial conceptualization phase to launching it in the market and scaling it up. So try to learn all of those areas, whether it is design, development, even marketing and sales, user research. A product manager should know about all of these things, at least understanding of how things happens. Okay, you need not write a single piece of code yourself, but it's very important that you are aware of the overall processes. Only then you would be able to solve it the way you would want it to be if it was your problem. Yeah, so find your niche, find your passion, and be very passionate about it, but have a broader sense of understanding. And then even if with all of those, you'll find after many years that there are you probably know only 2% of what information is available. So continuous learning is also a very important. Yeah, that's my suggestion for all of you.
I would only want to add 2 anecdotes which actually happened with me. While I was scaling businesses for Edureka, and Edureka was a profitable edtech business, I'm talking about 2018-ish. We scaled the business from around 20 odd million to somewhere around 40 odd million. And there was this thing that used to happen. I used to go to the CEO every time and I used to tell Loveleen that, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? And he always used to listen to a great idea, but he never used to implement that. And it happened for like 3 odd months. And then I was very disheartened. Ki, ho kya raha hai? Well, I'm going and I'm suggesting very good ideas, but this person is not even implementing them. So one fine day, he tells me, let's have a coffee together. He says that if smart people And I'm assuming every one of you here, because you're sitting in a very premier institution and you're privileged enough to sit here, are smart people. If every smart person will do the interesting things, who will do the boring things? And it's the value. The value is truly at the boring things, right? Which nobody wants to do. And if you do those things right, so it's the person who picks up the trash from the ground who becomes a great product manager and sets an example. That's the first thing. The second thing that I would want to tell you is that a lot of people talked about the Bhagavad Gita quote, Karmanyavadhikaraste ma phalechu kadachana. Right action is its own reward. If you truly like problem solving, it's the problem itself that excites you every moment, that I want to solve it better. The reward of that problem is definitely not under your control. It's something that Lord Krishna spoke to Arjuna, that you might be a great archer. What is under your control is how you hold the bow, how you throw the arrow, how you decide which place you have to throw the arrow. But whether the arrow hits the target is not under your control, right? So don't anchor a lot. What's not in your hand should not be in your head. As simple as that. And focus a lot more on doing that action perfectly. Always give your best. Always improve. But it's the focus on that action that will be a great thing. So these two things I'll leave you with. Yeah.
So while the panelists have covered a lot of ground, I just want to close by saying that, product management is a very fun and exciting space. I don't want to undervalue the other functions or departments, but in any organization you go to, the product management division is the place where a lot of excitement takes place. It's always the case. And the fraternity of the product management is now very strong. I've met some of the smartest folks in working in product. You've got some great influencers like Shravan here, who are also happy to share a lot of their insights. And the future of product management is extremely bright, and we're just starting that journey.
Please raise your hand.
Hi, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to interact with us. My name is Mehek, and I come with 5 years of experience in digital marketing and brand management. My question is to you, Abhishek, sir. Having briefly worked at a financial services company and then with RateGain for about 2 years, almost similar to yours, I, as a marketer, found the approaches of the two industries very different, like in contrast, different. As an individual, how did you navigate the transition from these two industries, considering their differences?
Thanks for the great question, Mehak. So I have experience in e-commerce, fintech, and travel. And whenever you enter a new industry, like even after you spend a decade in an industry, always believe that you don't know nothing about that industry. You are here to learn. So even when I transitioned to, I'll give you the bonds example also. When I started leading bonds business, I would not be able to tell you what is a bond. And I would not be able to explain you what is a clean price, dirty price. But I made my business that I would know the most in the room in few months. I would learn from everybody. I would talk to all my customers. I would even visit a small IFA in Surat. I would visit the biggest wealth houses. I would read a lot of books. I would talk to a lot of industry veterans. And I would always keep enhancing my knowledge. So in the beginning, you will start with zero. Even after a decade, you don't stop learning in that industry. I still talk to a lot of people in travel, considering the travel exposure. But what is a good thing in a product management role is a lot of the core principles are transitionable. So how you solve problems in travel market, the problem solving would remain the same in fintech. It's just the industry domain knowledge you will keep on adding. And that I feel is a lifelong journey. There will always be new concepts that you would like to add. Thank you.
Sure, there's no magic potion to it.
Hello, good morning, panel members. Thanks a lot for such an engaging discussion. My name is Ashish Dhani, and I have over 6 years of experience in the field of IT and machine learning. So my question sits well within the bracket of what we've discussed over here so far. And my question is that as product managers, how have you handled situations where user feedback conflicted with the long-term strategic vision for a product? Can you share a specific scenario and how you balance addressing short-term user needs with aligning with the broader strategic direction of the product? My question is open to anyone in the panel.
So, okay, so I'm just going to continue on some of the anecdote I mentioned, right? If you ask a customer, what do they want? They'll want a faster bullock cart and we will never build a Ferrari, right? So, as I mentioned that user inputs, if you take it at face value, it's never the right or the most important things. It's always, I would say, 3 things which you have to take into consideration and balance it. There is the user input, which is very important, of course. The second is data, right? If you look at data, data never lies. It will tell you the realities of the situation. It will tell you what really is the problem area or the potential out there in the market. And the third thing is you basically live a customer's life. It's an unbiased view, right? I think Rahul mentioned that people used to sit behind Amazon delivery agents and actually follow them, right? At Airtel, we sit in stores. We actually sit under the heats of summers and sell SIM cards. We watch, we see what people are doing. We make sure that we understand from a customer standpoint what they are really looking for. And all these 3 inputs combined make a decision which makes sense, right? So it's never one input, it's almost like many. One of the anecdotes that we did was in our ecosystem, we have number of people who visit customers' houses to do installations, right? If you buy a new connection of broadband or a DTH, there will be a person who will come and do that installation job. Now, one of the things that we constantly used to see that the job was not well done, or the customers are expecting the engineer to arrive at their homes at, let's say, 4 o'clock, but the engineer could not make it. These were very small problems if you think about it, but overall the experience of the user was really bad. And that's why we went back and created a product which basically brings a lot of governance in how people operate, right? What that meant was a double-sided advantage. One was that our customers now had a fair amount of confidence that the work is going to be done on time and it is the best quality work. The second thing, it allowed my engineers to actually diverse into many fields because they were not reliant on tribal knowledge. I could tell the same person to go and sell a SIM card and then do a delivery of a particular product and do installation, because everything is so much easier for that individual to also do the job and make more money, right? So this is how, we discover problems and try to solve it.
Good morning to all the panel members. Thank you for this amazing session. So first of all, I would like to thank Rahul because being an ex-Amazonian, you took me through those metrics, WBRs and all. So thank you for that. So yeah, so my name is Divashpati, if I have not mentioned it before. And my question is to you, Rishabh. So when you were saying about, making the Airtel app faster, when you made it so fast, so the user is saying they are not believing it and you made it slow. Or let's say Zomato trying to solve a problem, delivering it in 5 minutes. So the user needs are something which can't be met probably. But then how do you balance out, or how do you optimize and make it a match so that people believe in your work and you get through it? So that's my question.
So one of the things that at Airtel we always try to think about is the solve needs not wants quotient, right? It's a very important one. Many times what happens is that we don't discover the real problem and we go after a tangent of that problem and then we solve it. And then when it's solved, we go back and say, oh, the problem still exists, right? So one of the things to be, it's a bias, by the way, right? It's one of our mental biases that we have, that people go into that tangent. And the second bias that creeps in, I think that was discussed in the panel, is that you love the solution so much that you forget about what you're trying to solve also, right? And these are the two biases that you have to be aware about as a product manager, that whenever you are thinking, whenever you're going about looking at a problem, think about the original problem. You zoom in and zoom out is very important, right? The example that I gave about the Airtel Thanks app was a classic one, right? We did not solve the need of the customer. The need of the customer, they should know the important information and it should be quick and easy for them. Right? That was the core problem. But did we go about solving it? Probably not. We solved another want, which again did not go back to the original one. Right. So if you are wary of those two biases, I think it becomes easy for you to navigate such situations.
I would want to add one point to this, is that a lot of times product managers end up believing in confirmation bias. Consensus does not always lead to good solutions. Like if consensus did lead to, we would not have the kind of politicians that we have, right? Not everyone, but in general. So don't take my statement on blanket. The other thing that I would also want to specify is that there is also a philosophy of good customer, bad customer. You don't serve everything that the customer says. You set expectations clearly. A lot of times PMs ask me that, oh, this is part of the roadmap in the next 6 months and it will not be delivered. How will the customer actually feel happy about it? The point is not about delivery. The point is about communication, right? If you make the customer feel heard, that we heard you, we're trying to solve this problem, and we consistently give feedbacks. That's why you would see a lot of products have status pages. They kind of put across what is the next release, what is coming up. So it is even that communication that makes the customer feel heard. So you ideally build for that kind of a TG, which is a customer for you, and you figure that out, right? You don't serve expectations. Like if somebody comes to me and says, I'll pay you 2 lakh rupees and please give me a 50 lakh rupee job or something like that, that's a unbiased, and that's not a fair expectation to kind of put across, right? So these are the two things I just wanted to add across. Yeah.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel. I have an adverse background on web technologies. I've worked as a full stack web developer in Accenture for 5 years. Well, my question is for Abhishek. Well, in the world of fintech with full security constraints, I have heard that you implemented predictive analytics also in your company. How open are you to infuse Gen AI to select the best optimum bond, or any recommendations regarding the bond? Can you?
So we have a pretty big data science team and ML team, which also works on a lot of predictive products. We generate reports or commentary about companies by analyzing their a lot of balance sheets and data, and we publish those reports along with others. We have built our own proprietary models also. One thing that we're doing new in generative AI is we've built a Bhasha model where it can speak to a lot of customers in a lot of local languages. So that is something, since we have a collections company also, in which we do millions of calls daily in a local language to understand if there is an intent for a customer to pay. And this is an in-house model that we will obviously maybe start to market also. But coming to the second part of the things, how open am I to do predictions in bonds? We would probably like to do that, but it's not today allowed by SEBI. Like SEBI does not like me to give a different experience to 2 different customers. I cannot do recommendations because we're not a portfolio management service. We are a platform where everyone gets the same thing. Everyone gets to see the same price. I cannot do personalization. I cannot offer 2 different prices to 2 different companies. So due to those restrictions, we would, as of today, we will not be able to do that. Thank you.
Guys, looking at the time constraint, I think we have to break here. And then I think Bala has to make an announcement. Bala, where are you? Oh, yeah, sure thing. Okay. So Shalini will be taking care of this.
Thank you, Satakshi. And thank you, panelists. That was a really insightful discussion.
I appreciate how all the panelists colluded that one should be ready to take risks. The message that it's okay to not know everything resonated deeply with the students, emphasizing the importance of continuous learning and openness. We are incredibly grateful to each of our panelists for their invaluable contributions. Abhishek's reframing of compliance as a springboard for potential was insightful. Rahul's emphasis on the daily practice of refining outputs resonated as a key to product success. Arif's reminder about user empathy and patience in planning was spot on. Shravan's championing of customer-centric problem through constrained thinking provided a valuable lens. And finally, Rishabh's call for perspective, simplicity, and healthy competition offered sage advice.
These insights will undoubtedly empower our future product managers as they embark on their careers. Now I would request Professor Kanagraj to felicitate the panelists and present them with mementos. Mr. Abhishek Goyal.
Mr. Rahul Goyal.
Mr. Arif Anwar.
Mr. Shravan Tikku.
Mr. Rishabh Mathur. Thank you, Professor. We'd also like to thank our gold sponsor, Yashvi International.
Silver sponsor, Go Crack It. Case competition partner, The Product Folks. Giveaway partner, Skillbuzz.
Food and beverages partner, UDP Upahar and Cones and Delights. Radio partner, Big FM.
Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And I'm very impressed by the amount of LinkedIn research that you folks have done about me. I'm not very active on LinkedIn, actually, so I was quite surprised. Thank you once again for inviting me to this event, AURORA. Grateful to be here. Also honored to be in the company of a lot of esteemed other speakers and panelists that are participating at this event. So a few years ago, I had the opportunity to restructure the product management team at Z Entertainment, right? So I don't know how many of you know about Z. Probably the slightly older generation would know about Z very well because Z, the first private television company in the country, 30 years old now. We are valued at somewhere between $2 to $3 billion, depending on how the stock market looks that particular day, right? And we were in the news very recently because we were on the cusp of a merger with Sony Pictures Entertainment. That hasn't come to fruition. And as you may know, the industry is consolidating. So there's also the other news that's happening that Reliance is merging with Disney in India, so the Star. So that's like, big competitor that's coming out in the picture. But a few years ago, when I joined Z, I had my reservations and trepidations because I always thought of this company as a bit of a Lala company, right? So, it's homegrown company after all. I'd never worked with an Indian company up until then. So I joined nevertheless after having consulted for them for a little bit. And I had a good sense of the professional side of the company. And I felt that this may be the right place to join. And when I joined in, I had to restructure the product management team. And the reason for that is a lot of people are given, you freely distribute the designation product manager to people, right? So And then when I had to hire people into the product management team, the incoming folks would always look at the incumbent and say, is that the profile that I want to be in? And maybe not, sort of thing. So I had a little bit of a difficulty, and I'm maybe understating this when I say this, right? Initially hiring, it might give you a good idea how hard it was, because when we did our first year of campus placements at IIMs and ISB, literally no one showed up. Right? There's absolutely no one for our campus placement talks, the pre-placement talks, that is. But fast forward, and then of course I was fortunately able to hire the right kind of product managers, the leaders into the organization, and also put a lot of emphasis on the culture. So I spoke about the Lala company tag that the organization has. So I had to make sure that there was a bubble which could protect the culture and how employees felt within that sub-organization, right? And as a result of that, the reputation grew, and not very surprisingly, in fact, last year, for example, we were completely sold out, right? So I think we got something like 300 applications from, on average, from each campus that we were going to. Pre-placement talks were all sold out. So the B schools were telling us that if we knew that you guys were going to be this popular, we probably would have arranged for a larger space, right? There's the same thing we'd hear time and again. Now, so what changed really is, right? So you folks, of course, are at the early stage of your product management career. I understand that at XLRI, most of you have some level of work experience. You're not noobs. But the way I picked people was folks that demonstrated, or that I felt had CXO qualities, right? And what I mean by that is, how do you measure somebody? How do you assess if someone has leadership potential, right? If everyone's pedigreed, IITs, IIMs, or whatever, ISB of the world, how do you identify whether this individual has leadership potential? So I used a very simple, 4 rules, right? So the first is curiosity, intellectual curiosity. A lot of people get a job, they're very good at understanding the nature of that job and mastering everything about it. But they're like frogs in the well. They're not thinking beyond what's in their organization, right? So they're not looking at why is our sales setup as an organization dropping, etc. They feel I'm too small. That's all above my pay grade. So that intellectual curiosity is one. Second is the ability to deal with ambiguity. A lot of people feel comfortable when you're told what to do. Go get this done, and you go get it done. You feel awesome about it. But when it's very abstract sort of a goal, right? We need to become the number one in something. How do you go about doing that? That you got to figure out yourself, right? So dealing with ambiguity is another very important trait that I saw. Decisiveness. If I ask somebody, and this is my favorite test, right? During interviews, when you ask somebody, give them a situation, then ask them, how do you solve for this? And typically there'll be more than one way of solving it, and they will say so, right? The smart ones will say, you could do it this way, or we could do it that way, right? You can always plant a little seed of doubt in their minds. And so then they themselves confused as to which one to go to. They've presented both decisions, both options, but they don't recommend a decision, right? So decisiveness is extremely important. It could be the wrong decision, but that's okay, but be decisive. So, and last of all is empathy, right? It's a very important trait, particularly as a product manager. If you are thinking about product manager, you're building products for somebody to use it, right? So your ability to understand that user, end user, whether it's a consumer, a business user, whatever that may be, that's extremely important as well. So, I've seen that product managers who typically demonstrate those leadership traits typically tend to do exceedingly well. You see them owning P&L responsibilities over a period of time, and then they move up the value chain fairly quickly, right? But that's all for later. You folks are here because our topic here is launching your product management career, right? So let's look at it this way. I hope all of you can read what's on the screen. Okay. So maybe take a few seconds just glancing at it. I'm assuming some of you at least have some exposure to physics, right? Okay. I mean, we obviously don't want to, that's not the topic here, but what do you think that paper was about? Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, propulsion, yes. Of what? Any idea? What could it be applied to? Formula One cars, okay. Any other ideas, any thoughts from the students? Sorry? Ships, okay, all right. Paper planes, okay. Rockets, all right, okay. So here's the answer, right? It's about swimming. Yeah. So, you know, infants who cannot even speak also can swim, right? You can drop them in the water and they'll actually swim. They naturally swim, right? We forget how to swim when you grow up, but otherwise you can swim. So the point I'm trying to make is product management is not very complicated, right? So don't overscience it. You hear a lot of gyan about it out there. There's so many frameworks and theories and, you know, methods of doing things. My recommendation is ignore all of that, right? So keep it simple, stick to the basics. And now when you do crack the interview and ultimately land a job as a product manager, right? This is largely how the organization would look, right? You'll be in the center. You'll have some sort of business partners. Those could be the folks that are responsible for sales. They could be responsible for marketing, etc. So, but usually their neck is on the line for the P&L numbers. You'll have designers and developers who are responsible for building things, the tool or the product that you're working on. And you'll have the management on the ivory tower, right? So, you know, from time to time, they'll review and then questions and bamboo will come down. And then there's, of course, the end user, depending on whether it's a B2C or a B2B product, wherever, right? You could be in any of those. Now, you sit in the middle, but you're largely insignificant in the scheme of things because you're a product manager, right? And you're young and you're new to the organization. But you see, typically, and I may be oversimplifying this, but you'll find three kinds of companies out there, right? One is your perfect ideal organization where all of these people work with you like peers, right? As partners. And everybody is like very understanding, you're very understanding of them. And that happens. So that's your ideal organization. Very rare to come across that, right? On the other extreme, you have the business partners who usually have a lot of experience doing business, right? So that's the job. And then they will have this mindset, I know what needs to be done. I've been doing this for a long time. Just get it done, right? I'll tell you what to do. Your job is less of a product manager and more of a project manager. Yeah. So, and, you know, that's the other extreme, right? But in most cases, you're likely to find yourself in an organization somewhere in the middle. And what does that happen? I mean, what happens in that organization is numbers, you know, during reviews, the management will say, this very disappointing sales numbers. What happened here to the business team? Business partner will say, product didn't deliver what they were supposed to deliver, right? Or they'll say that things are all broken. It's all buggy, very badly broken. And then the management will ask the tech team, what happened there? You know, why haven't you built it properly? Why is it all buggy? So they'll say, it's not buggy, it's a feature. Product managers told us to build it this way. That's exactly what we've done, right? So usually you'll have a lot of complaints that starting with product team didn't do this, right? So, and everybody, all the other stakeholders will be saying that. So in such an organization, there's a tendency for you to feel like the punching bag because you're right in the middle and everybody is using you for deflecting all the blame coming their way. Yeah, this happens. But don't worry. I'm not saying this is what you have to live with, that this is what product management looks like. Important thing is don't react emotionally, right? So don't get sentimental about it when people do things. when you do get into the product management job, no matter how that organization works, you can actually change the way how they behave with you and how you're treated. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll look at how to approach this, right? And really a product manager's job, if you simplify it, are really just three things, right? You have to decide what needs to be built, or rather, you got a finite number of developers, designers, technologists, etc., that are available to you. So that's the scarce commodity. And there is an unlimited wish list of, what needs to be done. Every business stakeholder, everybody wants something, right? There's an unending wish list. And your job is really deciding what within that wish list needs to be built. Yeah, that's your first job. The second is developing it, building it out. And that you work with your, in some companies in-house, you work with your technology partners, developers, etc. In some companies, you outsource it. So you're working with a vendor. So you actually get to be the boss for a bit, right? So you get to do that. And then finally, there is the third piece, which is go to market. Really, this is it, right? Fairly simple. It's not all that rocket science. But the trouble is that first part, deciding, is a very lonely activity because it's squarely on the product manager, right? And a lot of our human weaknesses come into play here, right? If you believe that this particular feature, if I build this shopping cart a particular way, then people are going to just start spending money like crazy. Once you have that belief, your confirmation bias kicks in, right? And that's your enemy, because it's very difficult for you to tell yourself, maybe this is not such a good idea after all, right? Because there's nobody to tell you, it's just you as a product manager, right? You got to take that decision. So it's fairly lonely task, this section, the decision-making part, and it's fraught with a lot of challenges because you're dealing with the powerhouses of the organization, right? So you got the CEO might say, why don't we build this? The CEO says, and then you'll be like, okay, how do you tackle that? And we'll cover that in just a moment, right? So, but this is the tough part. So most product managers I've seen skip this part altogether, right? And they go to the next part, which is building. And this is actually fun. Why? Because you actually don't have to do a lot. It's the developers who are actually doing the work, designers who are doing the work, right? And it feels like you're doing something. Every morning there's a daily stand-up meeting. Hey guys, what's the status? And so it's exciting, right? It's social, and something tangible comes out of it. At the end of it, every sprint, if it is an agile organization, you've something tangible. You're looking at something and say, oh, there comes my product, right? Or the cool feature that I dreamt of that's coming together. So it's very exciting. And that usually also is the most time consuming part, right? Because it usually takes time depending on the kind of organization you're in. And the last part is go to market. And this is like marriage, right? Why I say this is when you launch the product, oh, big celebration. Yeah, everybody comes to the wedding, right? But after that, nobody checks on you. Hey, how's your marriage going, right? Nobody calls you. All those guests forget about you, right? The same way, launching the product is really not the end of it, right? It's just the beginning of the journey. And we'll talk about that as well, how to cover that aspect. So most product managers, interestingly, skip part one or, do a little bit of it there and are terrified of part three, right? When it finally gets its release launch, but don't know why it's not delivering the numbers, right? So let's move on to the next product, next feature, right? So this happens very often. So you'll in your job, or in your career as product manager, you'll deal with two kinds of things. One is new product. So the CEO will say, why don't we build a new, control panel for managing space satellites or something like that, right? Or if there's a built product already and, there'll be features, right? So you may be starting largely with the features when you're early on. Nobody tells a fresh product manager, why don't you go build $1 billion product, right? Or not on day one. Very rarely does that happen. So usually the new products thing happen at startups. So if some of you decide to turn entrepreneurs and do that, that'll be applicable to you. But of course, large companies also do that, but usually it's startups, right? And then features are into or within the existing products, right? You're building those things. And then down the corner, I've written compliance and bugs. So when you think about features, everybody thinks about the cool things, right? But there are other things also in there. One is compliance, like so for security, the boring things, which is not really going to turn into money for us, but you got to do it anyway. Fine, we'll fit it somewhere in the cracks, kind of thing, right? And then bugs. So it so often happens because everybody is looking at, okay, we need to release the next feature and so on. But the trail of bugs that are falling behind eventually pile up and those things become dead, right? So at some point you got to fix those as well. But that's really what your world will look like. So how to decide what to build? Like I said, everybody wants something, right? All stakeholders, okay, this is the highest priority for me. I'm the head of sales. And the marketing guy says, no, this is the highest priority for me because I'm the marketing guy. And the head of manufacturing will say, no, this is the whole most important thing. Without my manufacturing, nothing else works. So mine is the highest priority. So how do you decide what are you going to build, right? And you maybe have your own brilliant idea as well. So that also could be in the mix, right? So like I said, you may not likely be working on a new product independently, right? But if in case you're asked to build a new product, a very simple framework you can use, right? Which is the first two things. Is there scale, or rather, what's the size of the market you want to look at, right? And the market really is the actual number of people, right? You'll always say, everybody on earth is my market. That's like a standard response I've seen a lot of startup pitches, right? That's not true. You got to identify who your realistic market is and how large is that. And the second is marginal contribution. I'm assuming all of you know what marginal contribution is. Okay. For those who don't, because it's fairly muted. So when you think about cost, you got the variable cost and the fixed cost, right? So you park the fixed cost for the time being, and you take only variable cost into account, right? So in order to generate 1 rupee in revenue, how much variable cost are you incurring? And that's deduct from that. And what's left over is your marginal contribution, right? So why is this important? Because if you multiply the first and the second, then you get a pile of money, profits from your marginal contribution, which will pay for your fixed cost as well, right? So that's a very simple way of doing things. This is what we usually do for investing in startups as well, right? So that's the way to think about it. Now, it can be the other way around. It doesn't need to be like a huge market with some decent marginal contribution. You can have extremely premium luxury product, like a Ferrari, for example, right? You're not going to manufacture 100 million units of those every year, but you'll have crazy amount of contribution margin, right? Or premium, some jewelry brand, if you can think of, and so on, right? Extremely exclusive kind of thing. So you multiply that, you get that. But that alone is not going to cut it, because you also need to make sure there is some barrier to entry. There's some moat against competition. If you start making money, if the first two are working well, chances are somebody else is going to jump in as well, right? Soon, in your microeconomics, as you may recollect, the profits will keep diminishing until it is a competitive market and you have zero profits, right? So use this to make sure that when some senior executive comes and tells you, hey, young man or young woman, why don't you lead this new product initiative and turn this into $1 billion business, right? So your first job really is to go back and do this math and say, thank you very much, but I think it's a stupid idea, right? But don't say it in as many words. The other important thing is, please don't try to please everyone. Yeah. When you're new at a job, particularly in a new company, etc., you want to be nice to everybody, right? You don't want to be that difficult person to work with. So you're always going to say, yes, 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 sir, or yes, ma'am, will do, okay, kind of thing, right? Learn to say no. The way to say no doesn't need to be in those two letters, right? You can actually put it in different, nicely crafted, logical ways so that the sponsor, the executive, doesn't feel bad about you saying no. Yeah. but please do learn to not try and please everyone. You know the hippo concept, right? The highest paid individual. So that's, that individual, usually the CEO or somebody, the most powerful person in the room is going to say, hey, let's do this. Why don't we do this? Doesn't it look like a good idea? Everybody will say, yes, yes, excellent idea. In fact, somebody will even amplify it. Even if it is a bad idea, they'll amplify it and say, excellent idea, right? So when you join a company, or in fact, even before you join a company, take a pause and ask, what is really the business, right? It's a very simple question, but this I've actually heard a friend of mine, a VC, ask a startup founder who also happened to be a friend of mine, right? So he was asking her, and she came and she pitched this whole her spiel about her startup and all of that. And he heard for about 10 minutes, and then he leaned back and he said, but what's the business? And so she didn't understand. So she sort of paused, looked at me, then looked at her partner, and then started repeating the same thing again, right? And so he again said, hold on, what's the business, right? So remember, it's again, you'll see the theme here. We don't want to overcomplicate anything, right? The simpler, the better. So business really is just an exchange of value, right? As simple as that, right? So when you think about it, the company that's offering a product or service is offering some value to somebody. Yeah, that's the customer. And in exchange, the company is repaying the company with money, right? It could also be other things like goodwill and so on, right? But if you look at, and that's a very tricky one, right? In fact, I'd asked my CEO, my boss, what exactly is our business? I asked him, right? And he was also, pondering for a bit because he had built this behemoth of a company. And then he said, content is our business, right? So this happens a lot. Ultimately, when you think about what is the business, and take any company for that matter, and just apply your, your thought process to that and ask this question and try to figure out what is the underlying business? What is the value that the customer is looking for? Why is this important? Because then you can extract what I like to call golden metrics, right? And I put in 2 columns because one column is more relevant to the company. It's the metrics, the indicator that tells you that the company is getting exactly what it expected out of this business. And the other column is talking about the signal that tells you that the customer is getting exactly what they wanted out of it, right? So once you identify these golden metrics, life becomes a lot easier because any ask that comes in, now you can actually work with this golden metric as the anchor, right? So when everybody comes in, and this is the way we do it at Z, right? So every quarter, at the beginning of the quarter, or towards the end of the previous quarter, we tell all the business teams across the organization, right? So, and very large organization. So we tell them, hey folks, we want you to give us your asks, your lists, right? Of what all you want. But don't tell us what specific requirement you have. Tell us what outcome you want, right? What I mean by that is somebody will say, can you put a red button there, not a blue one, right? So, but why? That's pointless, right? So that's a feature they're asking for. So we always say, what are the outcome that you want? You want to reduce latency in video stream? Do you want to increase the subscription collection? Or, whatever that may be, right? So everybody then starts giving their respective asks. But we tell them, you got to first prioritize what you want, right? In your respective universe, what is most important to you? Now that's tricky. Nobody likes to do that, right? I have these 10 things I want done this quarter. Your problem, right? No, but you first prioritize what is most important to you. So we get all of those in, right? And then we first check how much will each of these ideas impact any of the golden metrics, right? And then that logic is then presented back to those folks who asked us for those. And then we tell them, look, your idea sounded great, but unfortunately, there are 10 other ideas that are better than this, right? And we only have finite amount of engineering resources. So we're going to use these engineering resources to deliver those, right? So have you heard of the concept of principles of effectuation? Someone has heard? Yeah, right. So that's a professor at IIM Bangalore in her paper actually came up with this term, right? That's basically saying I'm not going to make any long-term plans. I don't know what it's going to be, right? But I know where I want to go, but I'm not going to decide now itself where I'll take a left turn, where I'll take a right turn, and so on. I'll figure it out as I get there, right? So as I'm on the move, I'll figure it out. So as a result of that, it's the same process that I follow within the organization here. So we only plan for 1 quarter at a time. Anything longer than that, we'll figure out next quarter, right? So that helps. So when you start prioritizing for a window of time, and that makes life easy for everybody. Expectations are very clear. All your stakeholders know exactly what you're going to work on, what your business teams are going to work on, and why, right? Because you're able to clarify how it is going to improve the golden metric, which everybody wants. Golden metric is usually something that everybody across the organization, right from the CEO, will want. So everyone will be aligned to that. And now it's easy for you to discard the bad ones, right? So you can actually, so here is the way to do it, right? So when a very senior executive tells you, hey, let's build this, go get this built, right? So you say cheerfully, of course, yeah, I'll do it, on it, right? Go do your math, figure out how much it impacts the golden metric. And also take along with you something that actually will work well, right? The same golden metric. Now go back to their executive and say, you know what, I actually crunch the numbers and that doesn't seem to be looking very positive, right? So it's not very optimistic. So, but here is a solution, a face-saving solution. I've got a plan B for you, right? And then push the initiative that you want to push at that point in time. So that's a nice, sweet way of saying no. Yeah. And remember that product manager doesn't need to be the most brilliant person in the room, right? You're more like a sponge that's soaking in brilliant ideas from various people. And your job really is filtering them, prioritizing them, validating them, right? That's primarily what you're doing. But remember that we are still in the decision stage of your job, right? And typically any idea, any concept is based on some assumptions, right? So before you actually go to market, actually, you think about any startup for that matter, any new startup, underlying everything is, every concept is a set of assumptions. And you only have to validate those assumptions and the odds of your success is much higher then, right? If your underlying assumptions are validated. So how do you validate it? If you're very lucky, the organization already has some data or there's some market data you can look at and say, if we do this, there's a big opportunity here. Data already says so, right? And so that's one way of doing it. Second is user feedback. So you can do surveys, you can do research, you can do experiments and things like that. And last option is Fermi estimation, right? Which is guesstimation, which is, I don't know if you've heard of this. How many window cleaners are there in the city of Seattle? That famous interview question, right? So the answer to that is guesstimation. That's Fermi estimation, right? So that's your last resort if you can't come across anything else. But I just want to draw your attention to the middle one, user feedback, right? This is another pitfall that I see with a lot of product managers. This happens. So usually the very popular, survey. I have surveyed the target audience, target customer base, and it looks very promising, right? Or you run experiments. You run experiments to validate those assumptions, right? Now the trouble with surveys is that you don't want subjective questions presented in surveys. Yeah, where people are thinking, why exactly do I like something? If they have to start thinking, then you are invariably going to end up with an unreliable answer, right? So ask them very deterministic questions. Ask them facts. Instantly, I can answer the question, right? You can ask questions about subjective matters, but those are used as a tool to then focus you or narrow down the area where you want to really dig in, right? So that's sort of like a first level of questioning. You use subjective surveys. Yeah. The second thing is statistics. This is one of the most comical things I find, right? So we have about 100 million users on our digital platform Z5, right? We get about 100 million users monthly, every month. So somebody will come to me and say, we've done this, complete analysis has been done and it is looking very promising. So first thing I do is ask them for the research methodology used, right? How did you do the analysis? And then I ask them the sample size. And the answer is usually like 15 people. We spoke to 15 people, right? So when you have 100 million users, you don't even need to really go to a statistics class for this, right? You can go to any website, you can Google statistically significant sample size calculator, right? And you'll find it. So you put the population number and then it'll tell you how many, what the sample size should be. So at least do that right. Extremely important that if you're doing any surveys, make sure that you're doing your sample selection correctly. What I mean by that is there's a risk of you sort of self-selecting the audience, right? The subjects of the survey. So these are two extremely dangerous things that invariably undermine your product initiative, right? So super important. Now, experiments can be a lot of fun, actually. This is my favorite kind of thing, right? So because data is nice, but data is very malleable, right? You can interpret it the way you want. But experiments are actually fun. So pretty much any product that you want to build, usually you can validate it using experiments. And experiments are like, you don't have to spend a lot of money, right? You can do hacky ways of experimenting. So typically I ask the audience now, of course, but you may want to do it on your own. Among all of you, you can do it at your own pace, right? So, you know the Antakshari game, right? It used to be a very popular show on TV, right? And don't make any connections to our business right now, right? So, but the question is, if we built Antakshari as a mobile game, right? So like Ludo, a lot of you play Ludo or played Ludo with your family, friends and all that. Like that, if there was an Antakshari game app, would that be successful? What do you think? So yeah, I can hear a lot of yes and no and all that straight away coming. That's a wrong answer to give as a product manager, right? You should say, I'll go validate. Yeah. Don't give a ready-made answer because that's your instincts telling you right now. Okay. You may be right, but it'll be a lot of fun if you actually within your own cohort, right? You run experiments on this. And you know what? One of the best tools for running consumer experiments that I've found? WhatsApp, right? So you can actually do a lot of fun experiments. In this case, by the way, Antakshari was something that we actually did, right? So the team came up to me and said, this could potentially be a lot of, we could create a television show and then run this along with it and so on. So I said, why don't you create a WhatsApp group, invite a bunch of users, existing users, but don't tell them that they're being invited to, as subjects of Antakshari experiment, right? So they were called in and a bunch of questions were asked about various other things and all that. And many ice-breaking activities were done in between, right? So then the anchors, the organizers from our side said, okay, another ice-breaking activity, let's play Antakshari, right? And so in WhatsApp, you've got the mic, right? So you can sort of press that and then do this. And everybody played the game for a bit. And then at the end, they said, okay, looks like all of you had a lot of fun. So you know what we'll do? We'll leave this group open. We'll make you all admins. You can add your own people, your own friends if you want to, right? And play for as long as you want later also. And the assumption that we were trying to validate was whether, there were a few, but one was whether people will actually even come back to this, right? And as no surprises there, nobody showed up, right, after that. But instead of us doing any other experiment, you are actually observing the real human behavior, right? Sorry, what were you indicating from there? We're running out of time. Okay, all right. So we'll move faster. So the two other things you want to probably look at one is you remember the golden metric. The success metric is what tells you whether your feature is working properly or not. Yeah. So for example, if you have a search feature on Amazon, your golden metric is whether the sale happens, right? So that's your golden metric. But the success metric is whether the click-through rate of your search is working well. Because if the search is not throwing the right results, then people won't click on it, right? So that's your success metric. A risk metric is something that cannibalizes unintentionally something else that's already working. This happens a lot, right? As an example, so I'll use Z5 as an example. So Z5 used to have downloads as a feature that everybody could use, even free users could use that. Now we turned that off. We turned that off. In this case, it's actually the positive risk metric. But in this, the risk metric that happened is people were generally annoyed, right? So what just happened? The reason we turned it off was in order to drive subscriptions. We made that a premium feature, right? But when we made that a premium feature, as a result of that, there was a lot of noise and on the social media and people complaining, uninstalls happening and so on. And a lot of free users through whom we used to generate ad revenue started declining, right? So that's a risk metric. So typically, I ask that all product managers, when you ship any feature, you got to ship out something, send out something called a playbook, where you call out your projections for impact on golden metric, on the success metric, and the risk metric. So risk metric, it tells you at what threshold is it okay to, up to what threshold is it okay to let it decline, beyond which you have to pull the plug, right? Now, development part is the easy part, right? So I'm sure all of you heard of all this term like PRDs and user stories, and there are different methods of development, agile, there is waterfall method, etc. These are useful things, but very learnable, right? I don't think no organization follows any of these methods in its true spirit. So it's very adaptive in nature, and that's okay. But really, all that doesn't matter. What really matters is there is no global standard of how to write PRDs, product requirement documentation, right? Because all it matters is whether your partners, the developers, the development team, do they actually understand what it is that you want them to build and why they're building it, right? It's entirely possible that, you end up with a shopping cart, online shopping cart, right? Without a checkout button. So you ask the developer, boss, where's the checkout button? It was not there in the PRD, right? You don't want that situation, right? You want them to apply their mind as well. You want them to be as invested in the success of your product as you. So make sure you break down the silos across all these. Many organizations have this, I'm part of the engineering team. You want to talk to me, go to my manager first, right? If I get the approval, then I'll work on it, right? You don't want that happening. So make sure you work at a interpersonal level, build relationship, and get things going, right? Ideally, you want small cross-functional teams available at your disposal. Campaign for it. Ask your manager, can I get a few developers? I don't want them reporting into me, but can they be dedicated to my project, right? You ask them like that, and then build your rapport with them. You have to really learn how to describe things visually, right? So look up swim lane diagrams and practice the art of doing swim lane diagrams. Because normally when you build any product, you got a front end, you got a back end, and so on, right? And these guys, back-end developers, sometimes don't like working with front-end developers. And they're like, that's not my job, that's his job kind of thing, right? That mindset comes in. But if you create swim lane diagrams, it becomes easier for them to look at and say, okay, this is where I need to do, right? So that helps a lot. It's a very powerful tool. Second thing is wireframing. You don't need to be a Picasso or anything in order to do wireframing, right? Just a whiteboard or a paper and pen, right? Just doodle. This is, hey, I want this to look like this. I want the image there, button here. If I click on it, it should go there and so on. So your designers will also understand what you're trying to get at, right? But there's a skill that you got to practice and develop. Don't download all the fancy wireframing templates and things like that. You don't need all that, right? You can do this on plain white paper or whiteboards. Another exercise you can do is, and it is really, I've seen a lot of people stumble with this, right? Because once they start creating the UX flow diagrams on this, it really challenges you. It's a good exercise to have. So try doing this on your own. An app for home-based chefs, right? Like people who cook at home and then sell it in the neighborhood. Try to build just the core value proposition, right? I'll think of it as an MVP. And it'll show you the trade-offs that you need to come across, right? So I strongly recommend you try and do this. If you can pull this off, chances that you will land a very good product management job. And the last part, of course, is the most important, product market fit. You're doing all of this for product market fit. What does that mean? It means the product that you built in order to create value for somebody, it is delivering that value. And how do you know it is delivering that value? Usually in a B2C product, it's if I like using something, I'll recommend it to somebody else, right? So about 30-40% of your users, without you spending a dime, just by using a product, love it and say, hey, you should try this out. It's really cool product, right? So that's product market fit. That is the holy grail that you're going after, right? And in order to get to that, always start with the bare minimum product. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. Always start with your core value proposition. And then once you have that going, you can add everything else thereafter, right? You can keep refining and so on until you... The last word here is culture is foundational. And I've seen this through my almost 3 decades now, right? This can make or break your career, right? You can have a very enjoyable, every Monday morning you wake up and say, oh, awesome, I'm going to work today. Or, oh my God, I have to go there again. All those long faces I've got to see again, right? So and the reality is that you can shape it as much as anyone else. Remember that, yeah? Because you remember you were in the center of everybody, like there's a manager and, business teams and all of them. That's actually, this is the upside of that, right? That's a silver lining. Because of that position, you can actually shape how everybody conducts themselves at the workplace. And I've done this before. I've seen it happen time and time again. And so no matter what level you're in the organization, you can shape the culture of that organization, right? So that's it. We do have a pretty active product management community. So connect with me if anyone's interested, and I'll plug you folks in as well. Thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you, sir. It has been a pleasure listening to you. We enjoyed listening to the simpler techniques, be it talking about product when saying grind, build, and launch, or be it talking about the importance of outcome over output, or be it talking about getting your ideas validated at each and every time. The session has been a perfect fit to the occasion. Thank you so much.
Now I would request Professor Kanagraj to felicitate Mr. Bhushan Kuleri and present him with a memento. Oh, Professor Sarangi. Sorry. Apologies. Thank you, Professor. Due to paucity of time, we'll take the Q&A for the keynote speaker with the panel 2 discussants. So please keep your questions ready by then.
Now let's gear up for the second panel discussion for the day.
The topic for the discussion is unveiling the product management playbook, strategies, and tactics for product excellence. As a member of the audience, I look forward to this panel discussion that may involve discussions on methodologies and specific tactics used by product managers, from user research to data analysis, product roadmap development, and go-to-market strategies, and much more.
May we request our guests to please take the stage as we introduce them individually to form this esteemed panel, starting with Mr. Abhishek Sharma, Chief Product Officer at HT Digital. Abhishek, who traversed e-commerce, fintech, and digital news, fueled by user needs, he went from problem solver to product manager, currently crafting the user experience for HT Digital's diverse news offerings. Previously, he led Paytm's payment gateway product.
Next, we have Ms. Ashwini Patil, Senior VP of Product Engineering at Lentra. She brings 21 plus years of experience specializing in credit risk and analytics solutions for banks and financial institutions. She leads the roadmap for different Lentra platforms for credit decisioning and risk management, collaborating closely with sales, value engineering, and customer success management teams. Prior to Lentra, she has worked with CRIF Highmark, Oracle Financial Services, Tech Mahindra across credit risk and payments domain. Welcome, ma'am.
We now welcome our third speaker for the session, Mr. Satyarth Priyadarshi. Mr. Satyarth Priyadarshi is the Chief E-Commerce Officer at Redington Limited. Satyarth has held business leadership positions in Tata AIA, Jio, Google, Flipkart, and many more in the domains of product management, digital marketing, digital transformation, and analytics. He has been recognized by CMO, Asia One Magazine, and Jury for Exchange for Media for his contributions to the field. Welcome, sir.
It is a privilege to have the opportunity to introduce Sushant Mathur, Director Product Management at Sabre India. An IIM Lucknow alumnus, Sushant Mathur, a seasoned product leader with 19 plus years of experience, spearheads the development of Sabre's global B2B marketplace for travel and hospitality, tailoring solutions in lodging, hospitality, ground, and tour portfolios. Sushant focuses on delivering customer-centric, tech-driven platforms that redefine industry standards. This involves leading strategic roadmaps, fostering collaboration across diverse teams, and ensuring timely delivery. Beyond his core role, Sushant champions product evangelism, mentoring young professionals and engaging in industry events. Welcome, sir.
We now welcome Mr. Sandeep Srivastava, Director of Product at Microsoft. Sandeep is currently serving as the Director of Product at Microsoft. Passionate about technology, he builds high-performing teams and turns idea into products used by billions. Sandeep's journey started at Shadi.com, later leading product for Microsoft powerhouses like Defender, SharePoint, and Office 365. Welcome, sir. We now welcome our moderator for the second session, our colleague, Mr. Souvik Sen, to take forward the proceedings.
Can you guys hear me well? Okay. A very good afternoon, everyone. And once again, welcome to the second panel discussion of Aurora 24. I believe we all understand now we are slightly, going out of schedule, but like our friend Shavan said, we are the most creative when we have limited resource, right? So I would try my best to be as creative as I can and make the most of this time. And thank you again so much for spending your valuable weekend with us. So we really value that. And I'm sure each of us will have something to take away once we are over with this panel discussion. So yeah, without taking any further time, I'll just jump into the first question I have for all of you. So, you know, a lot of people have this perception that in India, the job market for product management is very limited because most of the companies only or mostly have their development shops in India, while the PMs work from outside India. Do you think that perception is changing in today's date? And how do you foresee the product management ecosystem for the next 5 to 10 years? I would like to hear about this from each of you.
So is it working now? Yeah. So yeah, thanks for hosting us. It's lovely to be here. And to start with your question, essentially what I feel that, I mean, companies who have product managers outside and technology centers based in India were, in my view, primarily those companies who had businesses based outside India. So they were catering to the products which were being consumed by users who were not in India. Because effectively, as we've all been listening to some great points mentioned in the first panel and even in the keynote speech, it is very imperative for product managers who are building products to connect with users, right? So how will you connect with users if you're not in the market where you're building products? So what has happened is this perception, according to me, is changing because as new homegrown startups have emerged, as businesses are growing, which are based inside the country, the need for having product managers who are in this landscape, who understand the user behavior, or who can actually learn the user behavior as they are actually getting into different levels of their product management journeys, becomes imperative. So that behavior is changing dramatically, whether it is industries like fintech, health tech, education tech, wherever, or e-commerce probably, wherever companies have created businesses which are based in India, there was an imperative need that we should have product managers who actually are in the same genre or the same domain as where the users belong or where the business is. That's how you can create good products, according to me. So that's where the shift is happening. In fact, product managers are now who've worked in India are actually going outside to share their product skills, as different other geographies are actually getting into the domains of fintech or health tech, taking inspiration from where India is in this digital ecosystem, right? So yeah, that looks like it.
So I don't think it is changing, but I believe it's already changed. Okay, so especially in the fintech space, see, we Indians by nature, we are creative, we are resourceful. You know, we call ourselves jugadus, right? So we are very resourceful. Whatever we build for scale. We are a billion population country, right? So we cannot build products, you know, that can't scale for so many people. So by default, the products that we think of and that we build for scale, we build for consumers who belong to different diversities. So the diversification of our ideas helps us build these products. And it's not only in the private space, we've also seen government doing this, right? So we've taken UPI outside. Everybody who comes from so-called developed nations, they're surprised that a street vendor is accepting a digital payment. You can go with, like, since yesterday, I haven't spent anything in cash. I came from Pune, I'm here. I've not spent anything in cash anywhere. So, and that's true across. And it's not only UPI, Aadhaar, the unique identity system that we have. Government is also helping other countries build it today for their own nations. So I think we are a leader in this space now. We are coming up with products that are solving problems, not only for India, but also for the global community. And this is a positive look. So this will get better. Next 5 to 10 years are happening for Indians. They're happening for people like you know, who have just started, because you're getting onto a full-blown ride. So you're not there to start it, but it's already it's already caught up the steam. So it's good time to be here right now. So thank you.
I think the premise itself is wrong. And plus whatever both of my panelists said, I mean, we have Sandeep sitting here. And I mean, I don't know what we're talking about because since 90s, Yahoo, and every single, I mean, MNC that is out there has had a development center in India with products being built out of India. I mean, in 90s, we had India Times, we had Times Internet, we had Rediff, we had all these homegrown companies, Home Shop 18. Then with the mantle was given out to Flipkart, at least in commerce space, then Snapdeal, Infibeam, Yebhi.com, and BigShoeBazaar.com, ShopClothes, Meesho, and including in the entire Amazon Development Center that has been in India since 90s and now even continues to, which started with Jungli and Amazon. I don't know what we're talking about that the product managers. I mean, maybe yes, a little bit here and there, but in a global culture that is given. So I reject the premise itself. I mean, I don't think there's much merit in that thought. India has been the center for software for quite some time, and including product management and the thought process.
Sure. So if I have to answer this question, I would say, yes, things have changed, as Ashwini said, but probably the role is more visible now. And I'll share some data points that I was doing as part of my research. So if we talk about number of startups in India, any idea how many registered startups do we have at this point of time? Anybody? Yeah, so the number is 120K. 120,000 registered startups. Now, what happens is when you are part of a startup, obviously for the first few years, founder, co-founders, they'll come up with requirements. They'll decide what to build. They technically play the role of product manager. But then over a period of time, depending on their growth, they need people. They need people to wear that strategic hat. They want them to build what they want to build. They have to be very clear about company's vision, company's mission, and you have to take that product to the next level. So one is, yes, the role is not new. Role was always there. Maybe it's now more visible. That's number one. Number two is number of GCCs in India. So based on another research, we have more than 1,500 GCCs. And when I say GCC, I'm talking about Global Capability Centers, right? All major companies in the world, they have their GCCs in India. In fact, the first 6 months of 2023, there were around 23 GCCs who started their operations in India, in tier 1 cities. I'm talking about Mumbai, Bangalore, so on and so forth. Now, what happens is when there is a GCC, you know that you are building global capabilities. They are called GCCs for a reason. They are not dev stores. Now, when there is a GCC, they totally understand the value of bringing everyone together. Product, engineering, marketing, so on. Now, since they are building products which are going to be global, which are going to be scalable, you really need people who can understand the product, who can go and talk to customers. And I'm talking about global products. I'm not talking about products which are local. Third point is, if we have seen pandemic has changed a lot, the way companies were working. So McKinsey did a research, and according to them, most of the companies, most of the large companies, they have advanced their entire digital transformation by at least 5 years. Means things that they were planning to do after 5 years, they are doing it now. And if you have to do that digital transformation, you have to have some smart individuals, product managers to help you with that entire journey. Understand your customers, understand your customers' pain point, because without understanding everything, you can't transform. So that's what my answer is.
Is this mic working? It's on, but this is okay. Okay. So first of all, thank you for being here, listening to us. And on this specific topic, I think the good thing about going last is that most of the thoughts are already expressed. So I'll quickly summarize and possibly add another perspective to it. So basically 3 big shifts that have happened in the recent time that is helping product management role gain visibility and become more popular. The number one is geodiversity. I think every international organization is looking at India as a way to kind of gain geodiversity by operating in India, by building for India, for building for emerging market. And for that to happen, they need talent from India. And this talent cannot be, and companies have tried this in the past. They have
hired expat, sent them to India, and they tried building the product over here, but it does not work out because for you to build product for India, you need to have an intuition about India, and gaining intuition about India is not easy, right? So number one is geodiversity. The second is startups. I think the scale that we've seen with the startups, with the unicorns and the number of startups gaining in the last 10 years, I think to build a startup, you need product managers. And product managers, that's why I think becomes the linchpin or the co-CEOs of a company. And the third one is the Global Capability Center. A lot of them are being set up in India. A lot of them are scaling. I think I've been fortunate of serving as the chief of staff for Microsoft, where I grew Microsoft from 4,000 employees to 20,000 in a period of 5 years. So a lot of it is now beginning to happen in India, and product manager end up playing a very crucial role there. But as I said that, I think first part of your question was also about the role and the prospect for this in the next 5 to 10 years. I think we have to understand that there are three first of all, let me say it is pretty optimistic. The pipeline for the PM role is strong, but what's happening right now is I think the developer role is under threat with AI coming in and with ChatGPT and with GitHub Copilot, and the entry level roles in development is kind of getting redefined. But the PM role is essentially a role of creativity, and that role of creativity with customer empathy and bunch of other skills that have been expressed in the panel before us cannot be very easily replicated by co-pilots. So the prospect is pretty strong, but what we have to wait for is the froth to settle down. And there are three froths right now. What happened in the COVID was a lot of the big companies actually overhired in the 2 to 3 years during the COVID. So essentially what you're seeing right now is basically we are waiting for the dust to settle down. And second thing that's happening is there is certain geographies are going through recession. And then essentially there are questions on the growth of the companies, and they are taking up a cautious approach to growth. And the third thing is essentially the co-pilot AI and how that actually is redefining a large part of the industry. So we have to wait for this dust to settle down, and then I think we'll be back to the same old glorious days. Product management has a long journey ahead of us. And one thing I'll also say is I think I remember in 2005 when I joined Microsoft, we used to go to IMCal for hiring, and we used to struggle to get anyone to our interviews. People didn't understand the product management role, and they were like, who are these people who come here talking about product management? We'll go to management consulting, or we'll go to investment banking. And we had a hard time trying to kind of even get to people to come and interview with us. We use some influence of alumni and network to kind of have people come talk to us. We hired a bunch of them. Slowly the tribe grew and we began hiring. I think from those days to today, where we have like an enthusiastic set of participants sitting in the room and looking at product management as a dream forward, I think is a very glorious transformation. So yeah, so that is what I would say about this.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, and this is for everyone else who is here, hearing us. I think if we are talking about product management, if there are students who are in any kind of doubt whether, is this a good career? I think the reason I actually brought this question is there shouldn't be any doubt in any one of us that can product management be a good career. If you enjoy that career, I believe, if I can sum it up, if you enjoy that career, if you are passionate about problem solving, then the sky is the limit if you're into product management. I hope that this is a good summary of what you are trying to say, right? So now my next question is again back to you, Sandeep. So starting from founding Shadi.com and now director of Microsoft, right? I'm sure your journey is an inspiration to all of us who are sitting here. To me, I believe one of the core skills of a product manager is having an entrepreneurial mindset, right? Do you also believe the same? And I wanted to ask you, what other skills do you look for when you go to campuses or even outside campuses when you hire product managers? And how do you even assess those skills during interviews or other processes?
Yeah, I think very pertinent question. And just during the tea break, I was talking to Professor Kanak Raj, and we were talking about the campus placement and how situations are changing in the current time frame. So I think that's a very pertinent question to talk about. Let me quickly talk about what my journey into product management has been. So I passed out of IIT Bombay in 2001. That was the year of recession. This is when the September 11 happened. I had done Shadi.com. I had done another campus startup from the incubator of IIT Bombay. And we had raised, or I had raised some venture fund, and I had Bharti, BPL Telecom, Kencell, Singapore Telecom, Batelco, Bahrain Telecom as my customer. And September 11 happened. The customer just put their foot down, they stopped paying, and we were like back on the road. And I had to seek an exit. This was the time when I did not know what to do. I had a campus offer to join Deloitte, which they decided to postpone. This was in Orange County. The Deshbhakt in me did not want to go to US, so I decided not to go. But in India, I did not know what to do. So I ended up joining this small company, which is called Zycus, which was into spend data management. Apparently, this company was doing phenomenally well in the recession time, and they were in the business of helping Fortune 500 companies save money by analyzing the procurement data, spend data management, spend data, and helping come back with a recommendation on how they were applying AI to kind of analyze the data and help companies save money during recession. And that is what the companies wanted, and they were taking a cut in this consulting. So I joined that company for 8 months, and then I realized that like how to really build some recession-proof businesses. And then I got into algorithmic trading, worked with National Stock Exchange of India to kind of open up the quantitative trading in the Indian stock market. And then I joined Microsoft. But why did I join Microsoft? I think that question is super important for each of you as product manager. Why do you want to pick up product management as a role? I'll tell you my journey, and then so that maybe you can relate to that. I joined product management because I was phenomenally well. I was an engineer. I knew how to build product. I did not know how to transform product into businesses. I was failing over and over again to convert it into massive business successes. And there was no company on the face of earth which could take simple product and convert them into billion-dollar businesses. Microsoft was doing it. And a lot of the product that Microsoft did were not done by Microsoft. They're acquired really. They were polished, they were integrated well, they were kind of verticalized, and then they were really made into massive billion-dollar business. So that was my motive of getting into Microsoft. That let me get into this company and understand how products are transformed into businesses. And but in today's time, essentially what's happening is the complexity of the businesses and the moat that these businesses have. Like, for example, for someone to get into cloud business, it's super hard. You could only have 3 companies in a cloud business. Or for some organization to get into ChatGPT or Copilot, no one can get into it. It's like a massively expensive capital intensive business to get into. So today, essentially, we have to understand what is the role of the PMs. And when I hire PM, I essentially make them 2 pitch. I say, when you getting into a company and you're taking on a role, think of yourself as a mini CEO of the entity that you're taking on, because then you have to think end to end about the business problem, the product problem, and the go-to-market problem, because all 3 of them, all 3 innovations have to work hand in hand for the revenues and the business to become profitable. And as we have discussed this in the past, I think of product management not as a role, it is a way of life. Once you become a product manager, I don't know how many of you know that product manager role was not product manager initially, it was program manager, and program manager role started from NASA. They had program managers to run space launch programs, and that's where Microsoft copied this role from. When the role was copied, again, this role did not exist in the industry. Slowly from program management, this transformed into product management, and now we see it is ubiquitous. So it is a way of life. So once you become program manager, you realize that everything in your life is a program, and you will apply it in everything, be it marriage, be it birthday parties, be it shopping, be it honeymoon planning, or whatever you may, right? And that's the day you realize that you have become a product manager or a program manager. I'm using it interchangeably because system analyst, business analyst, program management, product manager are roughly in the same domain. When we hire, what do we look for? I'll talk about it from the context of Microsoft, but I think it will in general be applicable, and each panelist can add to it. The first thing is and this is what Satya brought in. We call it growth mindset, a difference between know it all versus learn it all. So when we hire people for what their learnability is, what their coachability is, not about what they know already. You know something because of the journey and the context you have gained in your life, but you are capable of much more, is the belief that we operate with. And then there are fundamental principles of professionalism, respect, integrity, trust, and accountability that we are on a lookout for. Very hard to gauge in a short interview conversation, but basically we are on a lookout for that. Drive for result is an important one. Passion for technology, problem solving. I'm quickly glancing through this because these 4 things that I said are a Microsoft hire characteristic that I'm talking about. Specifically for PMs, we look for 4 things. One is customer empathy. How well can you listen to the articulated, unarticulated needs of the customer and transform it into the business or the product requirement? Second one is dealing with ambiguity. A product manager role is all about ambiguity. You will only know 10% of the truth. Rest of the 90% you have to figure out through the journey. And if you're not comfortable holding on to the ambiguity, then product management role will actually give you a lot of nightmares and stress. Third one is design question. Do you have empathy for good design? If everything that you see around you, are you able to critically analyze it from an element of design, whether it's built for the right problem to be solved? And the fourth is very important one is communication. Ability to impact, influence, align, enroll. You cannot survive as a product manager without that. So these 4 things become super important. And the way we kind of do the hiring process for this is via group discussion, interview, and case study. Very quickly, I'll also talk about how the hiring process itself has changed, because I had this question during the tea that Microsoft is no longer coming to the campus. What has happened? I think you probably are seeing this with Microsoft, but this will become widespread. What's happening is that we are casting the net far more wider by changing the hiring process, because the university recruitment team that we had is no longer a university recruitment team. That team is now called early in career hiring team, and they are focused on the university, plus they are focused on people who are already in the industry, who are almost at the same experience level and are already making it into in as product management. So while all this rejig is happening, what's happening is that a lot of our hiring now is happening async. So if you're interested in the role and we are hiring, you may, I don't know if any of you are tracking the hiring in Microsoft, you can apply for the role at by writing to university@microsoft.com. And if you want, you can CC me, but you can express your intent. Someone will get in touch with you. They'll take you through the evaluation process, and then they'll put you through the loop, either as a part of the panel or as a part of a group interviewing process. But maybe those days when every company used to come to the campus for hiring may not be the norm going forward, is the sense I'm getting talking to the industry, my peers in the company, in other organization in the technology industry. So please do write university@microsoft.com, and we'll love to kind of get in touch with you and hire you in Microsoft.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sandeep. I'm sure people are taking notes of it. Yeah. So moving to Sushant. So you have walked the entire journey, right? You started as a software engineer, then you're a product owner, then now you're a director of products. What I wanted to ask you, and perhaps maybe this is another myth that you can burst. A lot of people think that having a technical background is a must. But if you can help me understand, like, you have that technical background. Do you see you could have achieved that, what you have achieved today, without a technical background? So essentially, is having a tech background a must, or just a, good to have? Maybe you can just share your comments on that.
Sure. And what you have just asked is, Souvik, probably it's one of the most debated question, right? Everybody asks, I'm sure Shravan can also add, because every time you want to mentor anybody, this is going to be their first question. But let me give you one example first, and then I'll add my thoughts. So imagine you are a product manager, you are building a product or you are building a platform, and you want it to scale. You go to your product team, or let's say engineering team, and you ask them that, hey, I want this product to scale. And let's say if tomorrow we get 10 million requests in a minute. I want this product to be scalable to at least accept and support these many number of requests. Now, this is one of my requirements. After a few weeks, your engineering team comes and they say, yes, Sushant, we can definitely solve it. But now we are still not sure about whether we should use Couchbase or we should use Redis. Now, these are some examples, and you understand if we use Couchbase, we are talking about storage, extra cost, scalability, and how do you need to design your entire document structure. Compared to Redis, you'll have same set of challenges. Now, as a product manager, your job is not just to give requirement. Your job is also to understand how my product will look like in 3 year, 5 year. What will be possible challenges? What about cost? What if I need to change this tech stack to something else? You need to take care of everything. So as long as you are living in that moment, you also need to think about what's next after 3 years, 5 years. Now, if you don't understand some of these buzzwords, you won't be able to make the right design decision. That's not your part. That's not your role, but you are equally responsible for all those decisions. So my answer is, yes, you don't need to be hands-on technical expert. That's not really needed. You have people for it. But what you should do is you should have what I say technical fluency. You should understand systems. You should understand some of these technical terms. Otherwise, what will happen is you will build something that you feel or you know customers want, but then nobody will be able to ever use it. IRCTC, great website. People need it, right? So it's not that IRCTC doesn't have that product market fit. But what if I can't go and book my ticket whenever I need it? Most of the times, I don't know what's the status now, but I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago. Just logging into IRCTC used to take minutes and hours. So what's the use of product that everybody needs, but you can't even access it? That's what your role is. So as a product manager, as much time you are spending talking to your customers to understand why, and you are articulating it, you also need to be very clear in terms of whether it will scale. What are the design decisions I need to take? So in short, yes, you need to have technical fluency. How can you develop it? Let's say some of you come from non-technical background. What you can do is attend industry conferences. There are so many courses available. Just sign up for those courses. You don't need to pay hefty fee for it, but at least try to understand what's happening in technology. You don't need to understand how LLM currently works, but you need to understand how it can work with your possible use case or with your product or your platform. So that technical fluency is a must. But I'll also share a few more examples. Let's talk about you're a product manager and you have started seeing your churn rate is increasing and you just want to understand why. One option is obviously you can go and talk to customer, but you can't talk to each and every customer, or you can't really talk to a specific set of cohort because it's very difficult to get their time. But what you can do is you still have that data. You should have that data proficiency where you can analyze that data on your own, and you don't need to be data scientist for it. In my opinion, Excel is good enough. Now you have Power BI. Use Excel. Analyze what are different insights, pattern, trends, what is probably causing this churn rate, or are there any other correlations that you can probably find out. So data proficiency is needed. You don't need to be super technical, but you should have that data acumen. Third is, let's say you have done your research and now you need to visualize and you need to present your data to your stakeholder. Even that requires some level of technical skills. There are tools out there, but you need to understand how those tools work. So in short, yes, you don't need to be super technical, hands-on developer kind of person, but yes, having the right level of technical fluency, understanding how data analysis, data visualization works. And third is, make sure that you are learning about what's happening in industry. Tomorrow, any small startup from Kormangla, Bangalore can come and disrupt your entire business because they are using or they know technology better than you. So that's what I would say.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure, Adam.
Very, very well said, Shant. I'm just adding from my experience because I also come from a pure technology background. But getting into Microsoft, I realized that a lot of the product manager there are not from technology background. They're physicists, they are musicians, they are Olympic runners. And I realized I think it's more about figuring out what your superpower is and how do you leverage that superpower in the role of product management? And I've seen so many people do such a good job. Like I've had one product manager who came from industrial engineering and sustainability. There's another one who came from marketing specialization, and they could really make the most out of the GTM that the product was struggling with. So I think as long as you know what a superpower is and you can leverage it in the role of the product management, I don't think it's always about technology. Technologists have that superpower that they can leverage, but then also they'll struggle elsewhere, right? So that's why the diversity of the team becomes important.
And that's where whenever I recruit for product management, my product management has to have 50% technology and 50% business acumen. Because it's very easy to find a guy who can actually break down the module in the exact same way that it will scale up nicely, but will not have the idea of what it will cost, how to budget it properly, how to take it to market properly, who will not understand how the cost function works. Either he will be, if you just get a simple technologist, he will be too enamored with technology. He will want to work on the latest technologies, not realizing that the technology itself is not mature right now. And and probably in this particular scenario, you should wait till it becomes mature and then implement it, or that the cost or the budget that is available to build something will not sustain. So somewhere maybe CDN can be a good choice. It does not have to be Redis, and in some cases you have to go with Redis and not. So to a hammer, the entire world looks like a nail. So somebody from a tech background always overcompensates and thinks technology and somebody from business. So I generally try to find people who have done their MBAs and done some kind of businesses, or handled some aspect of PNL or something, then moved into product, or vice versa, who have done engineering, got bored out of it, went into a consulting track for some time, and then kind of have transitioned into product or something. But for some reason, because it's also about the customer empathy part that you talked about, that customer empathy does not come. You cannot interact with business users. The business user is kind of, yeah, I don't care what it looks like, as long as it gets the job done. Please get the job done. The customer has to be onboarded. I have to build an onboarding journey. While the guy here is kind of, missing out. And if you don't understand business, you'll miss out on the legal part. You'll miss out on what, and in finance, you know what I'm talking about, right? Everything has to go through legal, right? So a lot of those timelines and a lot of those stakeholders and all of these things can be avoided if the person has that business background and business. So in my head, it's 50 and 50. But if it comes to that, I would rather lean on the engineering side than the business side if it was. Because performance is as important as the customer and the profitability and other matrices. So my love for product management actually comes from this perspective. It's the true art form that mixes both. You remember in school, we used to have this, whether it's an art or a science. This is exactly something that is art and science. It gives outlet to your artistic capabilities. It gives outlet to your scientific acumen, scientific capabilities, as well as any entrepreneurial streak that you might have. So all 3-4 facets of a person's life can actually be absorbed by this profile. And that's what my love for this profile is. Sorry, I jumped in, but had to let that get that
absolutely fine. So, one way to put it forward is like, you cannot isolate yourself from technology if you're into product management, because you are basically developing some technology, right? In a way. So you cannot isolate, but then even if you're not from a tech background, as long as you are willing to put that effort to learn the development team's language, you should be doing good, right? Maybe that's one way to put it forward. So yeah, and then I would actually like to shift the gears a bit now. So we have learned, what people needs to know if they want to get into product management. Now I want to talk about a little bit about people who are already in product management now, maybe new PMs or people with 1 or 2 years of experience. And I'll come to Shatat, you. The first thing that I learned about Reddington is that you help overcome barriers to adoption, right? So now imagine there is a PM who is working on a product which is in its very introduction phase, and he's just trying to find those early adopters, right? So, what would be a suggestion or advice to them, and how can they help their potential users overcome the inertia?
It's actually, I mean, something that we have been doing. And in our case, we are in a very, very complex business with, I mean, over 80 brands. And I think we are in complexity as complex as any of the bank or lending journeys, or these might be, I mean, these are the next set of, in my head, the most complex journeys are banking and insurance, and some of these journeys where the regulatory overload and this thing is so complex that but people who have not seen it might not understand that before this I was with insurance, and in insurance you might have 35 different products, each have their own peculiarity in onboarding journey, but then you will interact with 10 banks, and these 10 banks will have their own complexity added to it. So in total you might be dealing with 150 or 300 unique journeys on paper, right? And so that is the kind of complexity that even now we have to some extent. Coming to your question, I mean, for product, I mean, it's not very difficult actually. The first and foremost is the user, and is the feature going to make an impact in user's life? Why are we building it? Are we building it so that I can save cost? Am I building it that the user's life will become easier? And both of these are right answers. It might be that I'm building it. It might not be very user-centric. It might be that I'm offloading some workflow to the user, but it simplifies things at my side and helps me save costs, or it uniforms things. So I might be actually offloading a policy on the user, right? That is also, people do, companies do. There are many companies that do. I mean, I took an Indigo flight at Chennai. I gave my bag for check-in. The lady says, please take off your previous bag tag. Such a simple policy, right? Which they have enforced now. If you have a previous bag tag into the bag, they will ask you to remove it rather than spend 3 minutes of their time doing it. And somebody is looking at this at a process level and saying that, hey, you know what? We analyzed the entire operations and we found that our people, they are not able to check in people quickly because customers have this tag open, and so it takes 3 minutes, and they've enforced it as a policy. And this has happened to me twice and thrice. And as a PM, I keep on looking at it. Okay, this has been offloaded to the customer, right? Not very customer centric, but a decision that helps the airlines maybe save 3 minutes and do the check-in pretty fast. So coming back to, so companies also do this. There are places where the workload is shifted to the user side. Banks have done this by giving you DIY banking, but essentially they have now fewer tellers. ATM is such a product, right? So that might be one. The second might be actually user-centric, where user can do it, can complete his task at any given point of time in the day, can do it faster, does not need to depend on the company, and that might be also a goal, right? But knowing which is the goal clearly is the first task. Many times I find that the product manager is actually confused. It is something that's actually built for company's benefit, but they think that it's for the user benefit, which might not be. And once these two are clear, then after that, whoever the customer is, if the company is the customer or the user is the customer, make sure that it is built to their satisfaction. If it is built to their satisfaction, then the second point that I optimize for, or I ask them to optimize, is for the technology and speed and experience. And third is the cost. So it's not that I will give the best experience at whatever cost. I will not do that because it's a part of a business. It's not that I will give that experience with whatever technology. No, that also, or with whatever speed that the page is taking 5 minutes to load. So experience, first of all, the workflow, the experience, costs, all of these things have to fall in and settle down within the product. And that is something that I explain to my product teams, and that's the parameter within which they operate. It's not rocket science. It's something that everybody does. It's just that I'm outlining it out here. But trust me, I mean, each person here and there, I mean, they're all doing this.
Sure. I mean, I think I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and maybe the easiest way to put it is that you have to have the clarity and you also have to be mature enough to know the trade-offs, right? I mean, it's not just, you can buy anything and you don't have infinite resource, right? So you need to have the trade-off. But then when you're doing the trade-off, you need to have the clarity. Why are you doing that, right? So yeah, nicely put. And then I'll, come back to you, Ashwini. So, if you can please discuss the role of innovation in product management during the growth phase versus the mature phase of a product life cycle. And how do you think the focus on innovation evolve over time?
Okay, so the role of innovation doesn't get over. Okay, so regardless of whether it is in a growth phase or in the mature phase of the products, you still have to keep innovating. Otherwise, you lose the race, right? Somebody else will innovate if you do not. So that is what they call as, so there are some early disruptors and there's someone else who comes and does it better. So if you are an early disruptor, you feel that you have matured, and if you're not doing it better, trust me, someone out there is building a product who's going to do it better than you. So it doesn't end. The second thing here is what happens is as you grow up the ladder, the horizon changes. So the problem that you were solving when you are in the growth phase of the product is probably done now, but it has introduced a new problem, or there is some other problem that can possibly be solved, right? So the horizon changes. So our founder, he keeps re-quoting one thing. He says, you climb up the Burj Khalifa and the sunset is going to be 2 minutes longer then. So as you grow, you'll see that the horizon is increased, it's changing. You have now looking at new problems to solve. So yes, you keep innovating, you keep evolving. But like Satyat was saying, right? So I work in a fintech company. So we are completely bound by regulations. So just let's go back to the earlier panel example when you asked Shravan, whether it's 1 crore versus 30 lakhs, and 30 lakhs helps, right? So it's like that. And we all would have played with those Lego blocks when we were young, either the original Legos, but in our childhood, it was more of the Indian counterfeits that we played with. But still, those Lego blocks, and if you have kids, please try this. Give them the Lego block set and ask them to build anything that they want. Okay, best thing, you build it, you break it, you build something new. Now put a restriction, say that you cannot put green and yellow together. They'll still solve it. They'll still build something new out of it. So regulations are like that. In fintech, what we have seen is they are actually helping come with some ideas that are still disruptive, that still take care of consumers. The data privacy norms are still being adhered to, but we are still able to solve the problem. So it's not like regulations are helping us not innovate, but I believe they are a good fuel to innovate better. With the guidelines.
I think that's a mindset, right? I mean,
yeah,
if you think regulations are your enemy, then it starts acting as an enemy.
Exactly.
But if you can make regulations your friend, then you start thinking in that line, and then you think, okay, what can I do that others cannot, right? And then suddenly you have a huge competitive advantage, right? So I think that's what I can take away from this discussion. Yeah. So now, Abhishek, you have been sitting quiet for some time now. So, yeah.
About regulations, there are some regulations which are just there because the government has offloaded the risk onto the provider. And these are the regulations which are like the worst kinds, and where, it's like regulations where because kabhi aisa hua hai ki like where you have been asked to submit an affidavit signed for something. Why is the government asking you to do that? So that if tomorrow they find out, then you are also culpable that you had signed a given affidavit and therefore you were a part of that decision. There are many such processes. There are many such things in the fintech industry where the regulations have been brought in just not to make the customer's life easier or to protect their interest. It is to make the party accountable in the entire policy framework. And those are the regulations which I genuinely hate from the bottom of my heart, because that is the worst kind of bureaucracy, where the bureaucrat says, hey, you know what, I have made this policy, but it looks like the responsibility is coming on to me. Let me shift the responsibility to the industry side by building this regulation that they have to get this done or they have to validate it. Somebody has to. What is this OSD? Somebody has to verify that I have seen the signature and the signature happened in front of me. What is that about? They have built in a regulation that the Aadhaar card has to be stored in a particular way on the servers. Okay, so you might know Aadhaar card has to be masked, has to be done this, that, blah, 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 which has become a ginormous wall for any small time player to come in and even use Aadhaar card as a validation method. So that is a protectionist mechanism. People can't jump over, right? But yesterday when I checked in, I saw people were giving their Aadhaar card numbers in the entry register in the hall, and I laughed at that, right? Correct. So people are not treating their Aadhaar card numbers with respect, but the government has made a policy which is applicable on every single fintech to take this expensive piece of technology, run everything through that encryption mechanism so that the Aadhaar card is always masked. So jury is out on that, is what I'm trying to say.
Sure thing.
So you're talking about that I've been waiting patiently. I mean, it's so much information, and listening. Actually, listening is another art of good product management.
Great. Perfect.
Yeah. Product managers are good articulators, right?
Perfect. I'm glad you put that. So now the way I wanted to drive this discussion is, I mean, again, I'm just keeping a track of the time, but then I wanted to start like people who are, thinking of getting into product management. Then I wanted to, bring those questions that might be very relevant to new PMs. But then I'm sure people would be listening who are already into this PM domain for quite some time now, and they now aspire to, grow bigger. I mean, grow vertically in the ladder, like maybe senior PM, group PM, or directors like you. So just, I'll just, put the drive on now. So, and I wanted to ask this question actually. So, we have heard stories where the product leaders were not able to successfully explain the development team what's the vision of their product and what they're trying to achieve when they're building a feature. And what's end up happening is that the development team just starts, developing the product mechanically without even understanding the end goal, right? So what's your take on this? And, like for someone who wants to have this idea and from the, grassroots level, what would you ask them to avoid so that they never makes this issue?
Sure. So we have a term for it. This behavior which you were talking about, where development teams start mechanically coding, and it's not just development teams, even the product functions or in some companies we call them pods. So product managers, developers kind of become close unit. There's this mindset which cultivates, according to me, which is creating a feature factory where you kind of are generating features after features, and you may have a sense, and I think this was covered in some aspects in the previous discussions, that more the features, more would be a self-confidence that you're doing right in the organization, right? And you may start to believe that more the features, more the outcomes may not come, but you know what, I'm doing my part of the work. Now that's a dangerous precedence when it sets in. There are multiple reasons why it does. One of which is the fact that there is an incessant drive. There was this beautiful chart when the keynote speech was happening, right? That the second one, which if I recall, which was build. It was a chart that you have a culture of building, right? However, now this needs to change in the manner that good products, according to me, and I've been hearing and seeing this for some time, come when there is collaboration on both ends, where it is not just that you've created a product requirement document, you gave a walkthrough, and then you stepped away, and then you come during the phase when the product is ready for testing and the product manager is testing. I don't think that's how good products are made. They may be successful with this manner, but what I believe is the fact that in order to make good products, one, you have to communicate the overall vision of why you are doing this, answering the question, what's the problem statement you're solving for, right? Sharing that for everyone's, for your development team's consumption, and then taking feedbacks from them. Is this the right thing we are doing? Or taking their point of views while articulating the problem statement. Because what will happen is that during this development phase, there will be a lot of things which will come, which a developer might realize quickly than you as a product manager in that, right? And you would want them to share those golden pieces of inputs to you while building this product. And that collaboration will only happen when you are essentially clearing the problem statement well to them. Now that will happen when you know the problem statement well. So hence, as a PM, you need to ask your superiors the business objective, the user objective very, very clearly, and get as many questions you can clarify from your superior, depending on whichever echelons of leadership you are in. And you might be on the very higher level of excellence, then go to market to research those, whatever you know as question answers, and then you need some validation so that you are able to articulate this problem statement very clearly to the concerned developer, to the QA developer who will be doing the testing. And then you go across in documenting this in as many ways as possible, testing it out, and then iterating it over it. So that's, according to me, that might be one behavioral aspect which can change. Certainly is a problem that feature factories don't work in my experience. I mean, so far, so forth. So, yeah.
I mean, you need to look at the quality, not the quantity, right? I mean,
exactly.
So, yeah. So, I mean, sometimes too, in maybe some cases, quantity do matter a lot, but eventually you have to see what you're trying to achieve.
I think overall, just to respond to that is that you might essentially, you have to focus on what is the important thing to be done at a particular context of time. It might be focusing what is called as hygiene for a couple of sprints, or a particular sizable part of the roadmap is the important thing to be done, right? You need to get convinced, and you need to get your folks, the concerned developers, convinced around it. Your developers might have a long listing asks of tech upgrades which need to be done. You have to identify what would be the right time for it, right? And that is where quantity and quality will always have a balance. So you cannot have a fixed model that I will always have 60%, 6 new features every sprint. It may not work like that. So that context of time will essentially define whether you're focusing on quality, you're focusing on plumbing, or you're focusing on building something which is really needed for your developer, for your customer, or for your partner who you are building this product for.
Absolutely. So, I have so many questions to ask, but due to the paucity of time, I just wanted to come back to you, Ashwini, real quick before we, get to the closing statement. But before we get to the closing statement, I actually wanted to ask you something. When we are just junior level PMs, right? Whoever will be joining after B school. So, the horizon of product management that we'll be doing will be significantly lower, but eventually we'll start to manage more number of products. There'll be more teams. So I wanted to ask you, when you have this many teams collaborating, how do you ensure that success means same to everyone? Because if people have a different if different teams have a different definition of success, then they just start going into difficult, various direction, and you just, you get net zero basically, right? So what's your take on that, Ashwini?
Okay, so now there are multiple teams in picture, and the keynote speakers presentation, we saw that. So we are in the center, and so the best thing about being a product manager is you don't have a team of your own. So no one reports into you, but then you have the entire organization who will work for whatever your vision is. But I think product managers have to be a good salesperson. It is very important for us to sell our vision the way we see it. And that's the toughest job. When we say that we have to identify what are the 5 features I want in my MVP, there would be everyone else who will agree that, no, there are these 2 more that you need. But it is very important for us to convince them that, no, these are the first 5 I want to concentrate on. That is what my MVP looks like. And then selling it not only to the people who are going to develop it for you, design it for you, but also to the stakeholders who are going to invest in that, right? And then you should be ready that, okay, you are wrong. Probably the other person who had suggested that there were 2 more features that are required. You should have heard to it, but that's okay. I mean, you will learn. I mean, you learn it as you go, but it is important for us to know that everybody is striving towards the same goal. And you can only do it when you're able to convince them with the convincing power that you yourself have in your product. If you don't have it yourself, you'll never be able to convince anyone else. Right. And you can get it by, obviously, there are tools and methods to do it, like we have also heard in the first one. But I don't come with a traditional product management background as such, in the sense I've never got trained in a college for it, but it somehow happened, and then you build that intuition. It's a gut feeling that you get that, oh no, I think this is right, and most of the times it's right. So
Tacit knowledge, maybe?
Probably. Probably, I mean, you can have some fancy word for it.
Yeah.
But I think the other advantage of being in a product management institute is that you can get to learn a lot of jargons and you can throw them around. So everybody feels that you know a lot then, and they'll hear to you.
In B schools, we have those certain jargons that everyone is using, right? And then, first you think it as a jargon, but eventually you get to relate more when you hear those words, right? Because you know exactly when you use them, right? So
Yeah, and the others who are going to work for you, when they hear it, they feel, "Arey, aisa itna XLR se pad gaya, kuch to sahi bol raha hoga yaar." So they'll still go ahead and do it because you're from this.
Right. No, I mean, but I do understand. I mean, I love the idea that, I mean, you can call yourself a product manager, but then you end of the day, you have to be a sales manager. I mean, salesperson, right? Because, yeah, I mean, whatever you are building, you have to ensure that your teams believe you, right? They believe in your vision, right? So that's a huge takeaway for me. So yeah, I would now, oh yeah, sure.
I don't know how many of you have seen this, but before I go there, I think to the jargon, I think I realize relate. There's this beautiful book called Mental Models. If you've not read it, please buy it or please download it and read it. It will enhance your effectiveness as a leader multifold, because it will give you the language that will help you make accelerated conversation with your peers and with your leadership in whichever organization you go to. I think this is like the secret sauce of being effective in an organization. Mental model. Right. Second, I'll say is I don't know how many of you have seen this image of Microsoft different departments holding gun at each other, right? And this was like the pre-Satya and post-Satya era. And that was the time when every department will have their own definition of success. To now, where the definition of success of each product group is to make each other successful. Do we enable others to build on our stack, and do we build on the stack that other teams have built? Has become a core part of the culture that we operate in. And it's a different dimension to the question you asked, but I think not just looking at how do we create uniformity about success, but how do we help success build on top of each other. And Nandan Nilekani talks about it. He calls it combinatorial scale with the digital good infrastructure with UPI and Aadhaar and everything else that our country has been spending. And I think the core focus there has been how do we build technology so that other startups can build on it. The word outside can build on it, and then the whole ecosystem can grow on it. So I think that's another dimension of looking at how you really create scale by not just thinking about your individualistic domain, but helping it creating avenues for others to build on top of it.
So basically, when you're defining success, you are not just, being a linear thinker and just thinking what is best to you, but you think in a broader perspective, basically, right? So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. And again, loved all the insights. I think the batch must be having a lot of questions by now. So I'll just love to open the floor for the questions from the batch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel. I'm a full stack web developer who worked in Accenture for 5 years. My question is to Sachat. Hello. My question is to you. We have seen machine learning is being fused for customer personalization on e-commerce platforms. How Reddington is using additional OR factors for customer personalization in e-commerce platform.
We are right now not there yet because I don't know how much of it I can disclose here, but our e-commerce foray is not a normal, simple Amazon, Flipkart like e-commerce.
You have to understand the way our industry is built is we might be distributing more than 80 brands, but each of these brands have their own set of aligned partners. So it's by invitation only. It's not that anybody can come in and say, buy a particular brand product. Sure. They have to first of all be listed with that brand, and then they can come into the e-commerce platform. And so if you look at personalization, that personalization is to such a high degree that if you are walking into my platform, my e-commerce platform, you are seeing a world that is specifically built only for you. I'm not talking of an Amazon-like personalization, where the larger universe, say of 100 products, is 100 products, but you are seeing like the first 10 products and somebody else is seeing different 10. No. It is a universe where the entire product set for you is unique. You can buy product A to C, somebody else can buy D, E, F, somebody else can buy A se lekar ke Z, somebody else can buy PQR only. And when they come in, they think my website is only PQRs. You will come in, you will think my website is only A, B, and C. So the personalization is at that. So each instance or each customer has a unique experience on the website. So based on that, on top of that, creating the next level of personalization, which is what you're used to, like where we are talking about what you recently bought, the kind of categories you ventured in, and then surfacing them. That level of complexity, I still don't think is cost effective and useful for me to solve. So I have not started working on that, because this itself takes pretty heavy level engineering, the experience which I just talked about. But we are getting there, and it's becoming easier also, because I don't need to now go and some time ago, I would have had to buy a product from the market if I really wanted a good level of personalized experience for the customer. But now, thankfully, with ML and everything being commoditized, there are Moses and there are different other personalization algorithms that are available, like via API from AWS and Azure and everywhere. And some of these, I'm sure if you want to plug in, Sandeep, some of the things from Azure you can plug in. But I'm saying, so I know that whenever I want to solve it, I can solve it. So we have kept it for another day. We are working on a whole new level of personalization. I don't know if that answers his question.
Yeah, that answers my question.
So
and, thank you, panelists, for the wonderful insights on.
And in one-on-one, I would want to kind of show you how it works, but I can't let out a lot of things here.
That answers.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for this engaging interactions that we had. My name is Ramya Sengupta. I've worked for 6 years in the IT sector in the SAP technology. So I have one question for Sandeep, sir. You said that product management is, what I made out is giving shape to ambiguity, right? And we almost had a tear down of the product management domain by Bhushan sir a few hours back. So when it comes to that, so I'm trying to understand that he mentioned one of the key things that is necessary in product management is the scale for the new product, as to how big your market is going to be. So I want to understand what is the role of the guesstimate that we practice and that we have learned for a product manager in actually deciding what could be the total addressable market for that particular product. So if you can throw some light on that.
Yeah, so basically the problem definition would vary depending on which product you are working on. For example, at one point of time, I was working on a incubation product called Kaizala. That was like WhatsApp for business. We were trying to figure out what does productivity mean for a mobile first world. So there were benchmarks that were already set, because there were chat apps almost in every country out there, like Kakao in Korea and Line in Japan and WhatsApp in the developing market. So it was easy. Let me give you an example of a pure business area. For example, today I lead 2 products, Visio and Project, and they are a $2 billion business. Here, for example, if you have to think about how do we grow Visio as a business? Visio is a diagramming tool, right? First thing we need to understand, and I'll not get into number, I'll just talk about the approach so that you understand how do you apply guesstimate in terms of anticipating the market and going after it. I'll give examples on both project and then on Visio. So let me get to project first and then I'll come to Visio. So if you have to understand how project, which is really a work management space that's growing, first of all, we have to understand how much the industry is growing, right? The work management industry as a whole, what is the growth of that? Then we have to understand who are the players there and at what rate they are growing. And then we have to understand at what rate we have been growing to understand if we really are keeping a pace with the industry. And it turns out the industry has grown in the last 5 years at a pace of 50 to 60% year on year, whereas our product has not grown up at that pace, which means that we are lagging behind. And hence there are a couple of ways in which kind of you go and bell the cat. First of all, you understand if you're in the right, if your product positioning is right. So far we were focused on enterprise work management, but our compete has come and expanded the market from enterprise work management to collaborative work management, which are like two adjacent areas like Atlassian, Jira, Monday, Asana. These are all work management tools. They do not operate where project operates, but they've really expanded the market. And our challenge has been that we had our eye on the traditional market, which was not growing. The new market is growing, and we had not changed to the reality. So as a PM, we really need to look at what did we do wrong, and if we really have to go in the adjacency with the association that we already have with the customer, how do we begin to grow, right? So that's the way you will really start understanding the market, and then you start building the product domain, start figuring out who the customer are, who the users are, what their needs are, and then how do we take the product and really take it beyond and build it further. For example, we took the traditional project management product and we recently announced and launched the product that is codenamed Uno, New Planner, which spans across the 3 products we had. We had To Do, which was the individual task management. Then we had Planner, which was about group work management. And then we had traditional project management. And then we had Portfolio of Project, which was like the extreme end of sophistication in project management. We brought all of it together and we tied it all together so that we can do product-led growth, like how our compete has been growing, to make sure that we can grow with the customer as they grow from the basic need to the advanced need. Similarly, on the Visio side, when we start looking at it, we would look at how is the whole productivity related to diagramming space growing, how are the incumbents growing there, and how much can Visio potentially grow, and if we have to grow, what are levers we need to apply in order to leverage the GTM or go-to-market motion effectively. And go-to-market is a function of the traditional go-to-market, which is where we have the foot on the street kind of going and selling it to traditional enterprises, or we have the product-led growth, where the product is selling for itself. And for us to build for product-led growth, we really need to think about how do we really have the users or the enterprises or the businesses go through the experiential journey so that they hit a wall beyond which they kind of pay and they convert into a paid customer base. So hopefully that gave you a flavor. I tried taking a few examples and gave you some.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Just one last question from the batch, maybe.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for your valuable time and for sharing valuable insights on product management. I'm Priyanka Kumari. I have total 8 years of experience in oil and gas. I worked at Kane Oil and Gas and at Quest Global. So my question is, so we learned in marketing that marketing is about changing the consumer behavior, and sales is about satisfying the consumer behavior of today. So when we are talking about incremental product development, what is the aim? Is it about satisfying the consumer behavior of today, or is it about changing the consumer behavior? Any one of you can answer this question.
Okay, good question, Priyanka. I'll try to answer first and others can add their thoughts as well. So I would say it should be a mix of both, but it also depends on many other factors. For example, first you need to see at what stage of product lifecycle your product is in, whether it's growing or whether it's kind of at mature stage, because based on what stage your product is in, you have to come up with different strategies to either expand the current market or build a completely new market, or you pivot and you start thinking about something else. So what you should do is you should look at all these factors. And another thing that all of us as product managers should always do is just try to see how your customers are using your product is there any change in their behavior, like how they were using it earlier versus how do they use it now? It will give you a lot of interesting insights in terms of, I still have retention. And maybe let's take one example of clear tax. Okay, so if you file your income tax, we know that clear tax, I'm not really going to use clear tax every few weeks or every few months. I'll use it probably once or twice, or let's say maximum thrice in a year. But how, as a product manager, you can make sure that if somebody has to file income tax, they always think about clear tax and not about something else. So now what you're doing is you're not just looking at your current customer base, you're not just looking at satisfying your current users, you also need to make sure that you are part of their attention. And that's why we call attention economy, because today's time, so many products, you have to always struggle and compete with them. So what you should do is look at product use case, look at the core job to be done by your customer base, and then see at what stage your product is in, and then you have to define and change it accordingly. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add a small thing to it. So there's nothing called as customer satisfaction. You'll have to get to the real world now. Okay. So the customers are never satisfied. But yeah, I mean, you can solve one problem of theirs, and we can go like one step at a time. So you solve one problem and then you'll understand that, okay, there's another one coming your way. So that is why we say, that you have to keep innovating. You have to keep looking at what more you can do. And so it's a journey. Okay. There's no destination here. So you will have to all now get aligned to this thought process.
Thank you, ma'am.
The customer does get satisfied the first 3 or 4 times, then he forgets, and that becomes the new norm, right?
Good question, Priyanka. My personal learning, changing user habits is very hard, right? So leverage it as much as you can. There are very few definitional curve in the history of technology or humanity where new human habits get established. For example, when internet came, right? Or when mobile phone got invented, mobile phone as in the touch wala iPhone, right? Now the co-pilot is getting democratized. This is where the technology inflection is happening. New habits, new patterns are getting established, and the network effect will take in. People will look at each other. They'll say, "Oh, that guy is using it. The guy is like looking cool, or he or she is more effective. Maybe I need to start adopting it." Facebook, by the way, is another. Facebook or social media is another of those inflection points, right? Where everyone has got that dopamine effect, which is where I think our next panel discussion will be very interesting, especially after you've had your lunches and listen to that. But yeah, I mean, as a PM, just be aware, leverage the existing habit, and ride on the change of wave that comes with the new technology paradigm shift. I think are the 2 ways to think about it when you build products.
Awesome. Okay. You want to add anything? Oh, okay.
On the habit change part, you're absolutely right. Very difficult to change the habit. There are only 2 hacks to it. One is, if somebody has spent a lot of time and money teaching the customer a particular habit, just copy that, right? That's why you have all the websites with buy buttons in a particular way, in a particular page. That's why menus are on top, footers are at bottom, and all of these things which you think are institutionalized, but they're actually somebody leveraging a standardized habit. And the second is to change habit, use an existing habit and start at the ending point of the previous habit. So that is called continuation. So that's why when Copilot will get launched, I'm sure I'll start seeing, I mean, I haven't yet gotten access, but I'm sure I'll start seeing in everything somewhere a button will start popping up so that when my workflow finishes, the Copilot workflow can start from there, is what I'm assuming, right? So that's how you build, I mean.
Perfect. I'm hoping all of us are taking notes, right? But yeah, I mean, thank you again so much for all this lovely insights. There are so many things we learn every day, and these are some of the days we learn so many things, right? So, but yeah, thank you again. Thank you again to each of you. Thank you for spending your time here. I would now, get the mic. Peter.
We thank Sovik for carrying out the moderation for the panel discussion.
I hope all of us would agree with Mr. Srivastava. Know your superpower and leverage it. Having the crucial balance of 50% technical expertise and 50% business acumen for success. And the design should be sustainable to find a balance between quality and quantity. By having customer centricity and empathy while building scalable solutions, we tap into strong markets. A huge thank you to our speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and perspectives. We trust it was a rewarding experience for everyone. Now I would request Professor Sarangi to felicitate the panelists and present them with mementos. Mr. Abhishek Sharma. Ms. Ashwini Patil. Mr. Satyarth Priyadarshi. Thank you, Professor.
Now I would request Professor Kanagraj to felicitate the panelists and present them with mementos. Mr. Sushant Mathur. Mr. Sandeep Srivastava. Thank you, Professor. A huge thanks to our sponsors for the event: gold sponsor Yashvi International, silver sponsor Go Cracket, case competition partner The Product Folks, giveaway partner Skillbuzz, food and beverages partner Udipi Upahar and Cones and Delight, radio partner Big FM.
Mr. Samiran Ghosh, technology advisor and podcast host. Mr. Bragadesh Natarajan, Senior Director at Publicis Sapient. Mr. Syed Salman, VP Data and Products at Maybank. Mr. Vinayak Desai, Senior Vice President at Z Entertainment. Thank you, Professor. And once again, a warm welcome to all our guests. Let's get the ball rolling. Our third panel discussion, titled The Dopamine Dilemma, Building Products That Hook Without Harming, assembles a distinguished group celebrated for innovative strategies in the business realm. This segment aims to explore ethical challenges in product development, particularly regarding qualities that enhance user engagement. We delve in creating engaging experiences while prioritizing user well-being, navigating the delicate balance between captivation and ensuring product success.
Fellow batchmates, now please allow us to introduce our guest for the third panel. Dear panelist, I'll request you to take a seat on the dais as I call your two names. Welcoming Mr. Samiran Ghosh, technology advisor and podcast host. Samiran, in a career spanning 27 years, has held various leadership roles at McKinsey, Microsoft, IBM, Dun & Bradstreet, and TCS. In addition, he is a recognized thought leader in the AI blockchain space, a TEDx speaker, a member on the editorial board of the first AI and Ethics Journal. We welcome you, sir. Our next guest, Mr. Bragadish Natarajan, Senior Director at Publicis Sapient. Bragadish is a seasoned product professional with over 25 years of experience. Throughout his career, he has spearheaded the delivery of numerous digital products across various industries. Notably, his recent achievements include successfully delivering an online travel agency product and executing a product evolution strategy for homes and villas product of Marriott. We welcome you, sir. Our next guest, Mr. Syed Salman Rabbani. Syed is a seasoned leader in techno-functional data and AI product management. He holds the position of VP and Head of Data Strategy at Maybank. An MBA grad from IOFT, he has worked with Fortune 500 organizations, including BlackRock and American Express. Outside work, Salman is a national level debater, corporate level anchor, zonal level basketball player, and ex-Toastmasters. We welcome you, sir.
Our next guest, Mr. Vishwanath Belur, Senior Director of Product Management at Informatica. Vishwanath has been with Informatica for close to 7 years and leads the ingestion and replication part of the cloud data integration and engineering businesses. Prior to Informatica, Vishwanath led product management for various enterprise-grade solutions at SAP, Infosys Finacle, and HP. Welcome you, sir. Our last guest for tonight is Mr. Vinayak Desai, Senior Vice President of Product at Z. He has a distinguished career spanning 13 years in technology, formerly leading product management at Marrow and holding significant roles at Dunzo, Practo, and Oracle. Vinayak, an MBA grad from IIM Calcutta, excels in swiftly addressing complex challenges and crafting user-centric products. We welcome you, sir. Once again, we welcome all the panelists and thank you for joining us for this segment. We now hand over the floor to our moderator for this session, Nikita Kumar, to drive the discussion ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Kautilya and Dibaspati, for introducing our esteemed speakers. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel number 3 of AURORA. The introduction has been fine-tuned already, so I'll just get started with the topic. So today's topic is dopamine dilemma. Building products that hook without harming. And one can say that by just looking at the topic, it's pretty enthralling. So I would like to open the floor with first question, which is common to all and anybody is free to answer. From your diverse experiences, what are some specific examples where dopamine dilemma manifested in your workspace?
Start from a seniority perspective. Not from the age perspective. Seriously, okay, we'll just kickstart. Thank you. It's a pleasure, honorable professors, dignitaries, and everyone here. I think it always seems good to be on this side, right? So first of all, thank you. I think a big congratulations to all of you and a big applause for organizers for doing this, because you've done a breakthrough in Accelerate. Because product management is the present and the future. A big round of applause for everyone, I think. I have not seen a lot of conclaves happening on product, to be very honest. We have been doing data symposium, AI symposium, but I think largely, as we all know, that all the products are built on top of the premise of data, AI, and on tech stack. So it's important to understand the product manager itself. And almost a decade since it has been a buzzword. To answer a specific question, I think I don't know how much we can reveal the specific products, right, from the from the companies being responsible citizens of the banks, where we all work in organizations. But I think dopamine dilemma, right? Think about it. It's happening right now when I'm speaking. The neurotransmitter is hitting, right? So I think it's bidirectional. What I mean to say is that when a developer is coding, right, the lines of code, there's a rush to delivery. And product managers like you all or us, we're on the speed to market, right? That we need to deliver against the competition. But if you see there is an equal and opposite bidirectional neurotransmitter in the consumer's brain as well, because he or she is also a human being, right? So it's the connection of the two neurotransmitters, right? And as neurotransmitters and the dopamine actually controls, you must be knowing our mood, our pleasure, right? It's a whole of a reward system. So reward when you develop and the reward when you use. The Facebook came and everybody was on Facebook, right? Data came, product management came, Python came, Java came, and now the Gen AI is taking a toll. So I think in my short experience, it has been a bidirectional thing, what I understood. To be very specific, in one of the previous organizations, we were rolling out a platform, for customer engagement, digital platform, right? So it was journey. So you start from building a machine learning model for hyper personalization of the customers. Said, how should I target the right customer, right place with the right product? And then finally taking that manifestation into a customer engagement platform. Like you are a customer, you must be receiving notification from maybe Access Bank, XYZ Bank, right? How it's coming to you, not to him maybe. And both the messages are different, right? That's the hyper personalization. So what happens when we are developing it? We rush to speed to market because we know many of our competitors are already developing it. So that's the dopamine hitting there. The problem comes is that a vast majority of times we end up making customers addict to our platform and our products because that's the game. And the trade-off between the profitability and so-called sustainability is a very difficult one to have. Very difficult one to have. And I think when all of us will speak one by one and share more thoughts, by the end, hopefully, we should be able to conclude that it's true that it's very difficult to do a trade-off between the profitability and the sustainability, but we'll hear all the thoughts here.
I'll go next.
Yeah, sure.
So a few years back, I was actually working with a banking and insurance company. And what they had suggested was they had a vision for improving health and wellness of all their customers. So they had actually suggested that we create a health and fitness app. And we started, okay, yeah, this is something that's been going on for the last 6-7 years, in the recent 6-7 years. And I'm sure a lot of you will be using a fitness watch. How many of you are using a fitness watch, and how many of you are exercise freaks here? So you can relate to the story that I'm actually going to say. Right? So we started building this app. And what had happened was okay, what are the normal KPIs which comes with any of these kind of apps, right? So we started measuring the step counters. We had step counters, we had calorie counters, we had so many other things that go with this, like how many kilometers you have run, what's the daily streaks like, what's your competition like, and all these things. So we had created all these kind of things. And we had launched it. And when we had launched it, we had our own dopamine dilemma effect that was going on, because the kind of data that we are seeing was amazing data, because we started seeing patterns of people starting to go for a run at 11 o'clock at night, just so that they can complete the daily challenge, or they can actually compete with their friends or get ahead of their friends or colleagues or something of that sort. That became okay, wow, this is really crazy. People going for a run at 11 o'clock, and people were the app was getting updated every 5 minutes and stuff like that, right? So it was continuously happening. So we decided, okay, how far can we actually stretch it? Unlike the gaming apps or any of these other apps, which have infinite reward programs and all, right? So this is still a human body, and it has a limited capacity, and you can only stretch it so far, right? So we were how far can we really go ahead and stretch it? When we started thinking of it, we were we are not sure about how to derive that answer. We went ahead and reached out to a few doctors. How do we really handle the situation? We wanted to really improve that, and we wanted to take it to the next level. What additional things can we actually do with this app, right? So now what we heard from the doctor panel was like completely really interesting, I would say. So now what we heard was like, okay, whatever you're trying to do with the daily streaks or like the step counters or the kilometer counters or the running, all these things are actually like doesn't make any sense for the health and wellness of the customers. If your vision is to actually like improve their health and wellness, you really need to come up with like a different set of parameters than to like just count on the daily streaks and all the things that you're currently doing. You need to think of it differently, because every human body needs rest to recover from all the activities, all the daily activities and all these things. If you go for a run on a particular day, you have to actually like come back and rest and then recover. And after that, you can go for a run probably 1 day later or like 2 days later or something of that sort. And you also need to have a balance of like the kind of exercises. The doctors are suggesting that you need to have strength exercises, you need to have like mental wellness kind of an exercise. So all these kind of things had to be done. That's when we started thinking, okay, what are we doing? So it's like, this is something that we needed to bring in, because we were just increasing the dopamine effect of like dilemma of like so many of our customers. And our initial vision was to actually like make them healthy. And then we had actually like went into the path of like creating some effects which were like really not, which are detrimental, right? So we decided, okay, let's really correct this. And I'm not sure how many of you here use Apple Watch or like Garmin or something of that sort. You will know that there's something called as a body battery there. So the body battery actually like measures how much time, how much rest your body needs to actually recover from all the exercises that you have done. So these are some of the things that we need to take into consideration. It's not just about like coming up with a product. It's actually like thinking of like what are the right things to be done for the customer and stay aligned to your vision. So that's something that's important.
Yeah. So basically it's like an iteration. It's a learning process.
Yeah.
You create a product, you build one, and then you see how it's perceived by the customers and what is the right thing to keep and what is to discard. So that's how you go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks. So notwithstanding the 8 jokes that were cracked on me before we started. So thanks everyone. And so we find ourselves in, I'm used to being in this, what we call this graveyard session, which is usually after lunch. But this is even worse. This is like a double whammy. It's after lunch and before the end of day. So this is like the worst time to be. So, but we'll try and, hopefully make this interesting and interactive for you. And in the process, all of us will probably learn something. So I think this whole thing around this, what they is famously called the dopamine dilemma, is off late been quite maligned, because suddenly we have discovered that, this is very addictive, intoxicating, mental health and all. And in fact, one of the things that was also said is that in the tech industry or in the tech platform industry, customers are called users, right? And the only other industry where they're called users is the illegal drug trade. So only 2 places where people are called users, because otherwise your customers consume. So only you're a Facebook user or you're a cocaine user, basically. Those are the 2 things.
Fine line, actually. Very fine line.
So having said that, but as you kind of delve deeper into it, you realize that, there are no absolutes here. Okay. So user engagement, personalization is what companies want, but it is also what we seek. We want to be given something which is, only true to us, our own personalization. That is also the reason why at the click of a button, a cab appears at your doorstep in a minute or 3 minutes. The Swiggy food appears. So unfortunately, that also comes with certain other issues which are probably habit forming. And what I just wanted to stress here is, of course, it's not all bad. And everybody is still discovering what the right balance will be. In fact, since you're all MBA students, you probably know this, but there is this book by Nir Eyal. It is called Hooked. So that, in fact, talks a lot about habit-forming products. And in fact, one of the examples, if you have read the book, and at the cost of being mildly naughty, I'll say that there was a survey done in the US where men said that 1/3 of the group that was surveyed said that they were willing to give up sex, but not their smartphone. So that's the dopamine dilemma for you. So we'll talk about it as we go along.
Hi everyone. It's nice to be back to XLRI campus. Last time I was here was 10 years ago, and it was a brutal experience because we were competing with Excel in a sports meet. And IMC Excel sports meets are generally like India-Pakistan war. So it's good to be back and on the other side of the table. Speaking specifically about dopamine dilemma, right? A lot of speakers actually called out a lot of relevant points. Very simply put, it's everywhere. Absolutely in most of the interactions you see, it plays a part somewhere or the other. Like, especially when you're using apps on your smartphones. If dopamine was a currency, your smartphones would be like banks which are minting money, right? Something of that sort. However, that being said, like any other solution, dopamine induction as a solution was attempted to solve a very relevant problem, right? Any organization, any business, any solution in the world is trying to deliver some value for the user of the solution, which are also drug addicts a lot of times. But that being said, right, as users, we are human and we tend to keep going back to solutions which delighted us, right? So inducing dopamine in itself was a solution to a very legit problem. When products, when applications, when softwares are solving your problems, softwares would do it in a delightful manner, would just transcend the boundary of just being utilitarian in nature, right? For example, I get my food delivered, great, that's what Swiggy is supposed to do. I get it delivered with a warm message, with a warm greeting from the delivery person, with some, nice UX on the app, just makes the experience more delightful, which tend to bring, if not all, at least some non-zero percentage of users back. So fundamentally, it's solving a very deep problem for organizations to start with. However, like all solutions, when used in excess, it has its flip side, right? And that's the age we are living in right now. We see a lot of products who are abusing this, not technology, this aspect in a lot of ways. You don't see it happening a lot of times in transactional apps where you're going to actually get some action done, but much more prevalent when it comes to engagement apps where you go to play games, or apps like Zee or Hotstar where you're just spending time watching content, or apps like gaming or gambling where you're just, spending time or money to get some kick out of it, right? That's where they generally manifest in a much larger amount, where it tends to, go in the borderline negative for the users. And that's basically how I perceive the whole setup of the problem itself. The induction of dopamine is extremely relevant, I would say. Misuse of that, like any other solution on the planet, just kind of makes it tricky. And that's what I think we'll double click into as we delve deeper in the conversation.
So let me take a different stab at it, right? So let me ask you guys, how many of you have been taught what is really the KPI for a product manager? Any show of hands? What's really the KPI for a product manager? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some engagement, right? So the basically increasing the engagement of the product. Any more guesses? I mean, let's say on that's on the B2C side, right? So on B2B, any cases? Yeah. So it's a net promoter score and also what we call as net retention rate, right? NRR as it's called as, right? So yeah, basically I want to flip it and talk about on the B2B side. I mean, I know most of the speakers spoke on the B2C engagement model. Since I come from the B2B industry, I wanted to touch upon that, right? So note that dopamine dilemma is also coming to the B2B scheme of things, right? So where we are adding a lot of these activity triggers, we are adding a lot of these, behavior analytics into the mix, which is not only helping the users to do more things with our software, and also helping us with more and more information about them so that we can actually feed more and more into them, right? So it's like a vicious circle in some ways, right? So this is that's where I want to touch upon this from a B2B side as well, where things are slowly getting started, but people are realizing that these can potentially lead into a dopamine dilemma issue on the B2B side. So what is the user impact, right? So I'm sure you will ask, what's the big deal on the B2B side, where I think the focus is more on the B2C. So there are a couple of things I can think of. One is it creates unnecessary competition among the workers, right? So let's say you go to a software. Let's take the simple example of PowerPoint, right? So someone shared a PowerPoint with you, and I was sharing this example with one of the students this morning, and one of the colleagues went and entered a comment, right? So on that, so suddenly a notification arrives to probably all the people who have access to it, and then there is a sudden urge for everyone else to go and comment on that or respond to it, and what we call as instant response instead of waiting for the actual, respond versus react, if you would like to call that way, right? So those are some of the ways it is manifesting even in the B2B. Of course, I can talk more and more examples of it, but all I want to highlight is that it is not a B2C problem alone, it is coming to B2B as well. Yeah.
That's actually quite interesting and good start for us. So basis that, let me first ask a question to Samiran. You come from a very diverse background, and being an advisor and a podcast host, you must have interacted with a plethora of audience. So do you see a transitioning reaction or perception of audience when it comes to, like you said, you mentioned user engagement. So how do you see this transitioning effect or perception of the audience when it comes to user engagement and data privacy at the same time?
Okay. So, like I said, I think this is a very evolving field, and I think when people started out, nobody was really, at least from the consumer side, nobody was really talking about user, my data has been taken away and all that. Everybody was just happy with what they were getting. But of late now, I think since all of us, we have suddenly discovered that somebody else is making money out of us, we are all very offended. So now every forum you go to, people say that we must make Facebook pay, we must make so on pay. So, but I think the truth is somewhere in between. Obviously, as far as the large platforms are concerned, they have definitely used the data to their advantage. And I think it's not just got to do with them. If you kind of step back and see the construct of the internet, it was not earlier built for transactions. So the only revenue model was data. People sold data and made money. So which is why also there is a big call to restructure the internet, and because of that we are thinking of Web 2 through Web 3, blah blah, what have you. So I think it has got to do with how the internet itself evolved. So I think nothing wrong with that. But benefits, definitely huge amount of benefits that people have accrued. And I'll just kind of take a step aside here and kind of talk about another product which is kind of very unusual in its construct, which is got hardly any features, but it is super popular. And I'm actually referring to Aadhaar. So, if you think about Aadhaar as a product or UPI as a product, so if you guys are familiar with Aadhaar or how it was built, or if you've had speakers before, then please excuse me. But when Aadhaar was constructed, one of the big things was inclusion. And as in any national program, whenever you go and do something at a national scale, the tendency is to collect as much data as you can. Like, oh, here is an opportunity to go after 1 billion people. Let me know everything about them. In fact, recently in Mumbai, there was some caste survey done. There was 175 fields that person wanted to know, including the education qualifications of my servant. So, I have no idea why they want that, but they wanted it. But with Aadhaar, luckily the architects who were thinking of it felt that, inclusion is the important metric. So simple things they did. If you've seen any form, there is a first name, last name, right? But when they checked data, they realized that in India, there's nothing like a first name, last name.
There could be father's name, this name, there could be family name, there could be the village name also thrown in. There could be 2-letter names. So they said, let's not make this a mandatory field. They made it one field, just name. So you can write as big a name as you want or as small a name as you want. Second thing was address. Again, we have a tendency to do apartment, road. Again, doesn't work in India because, it could be behind the Sarpanch's house, below the people tree, and, where have you? So again, it was a running field. And there were 2 other fields. I think there was date of birth and they were not mandatory. And I think mobile number was needed. So gender was important. So remember, so the other field, if you think about it, was we always have a tendency of saying father's name, husband's name, that is how you are identified, right? But now think about inclusion, okay? So in inclusion, supposing you're an orphan, supposing you have been thrown out, supposing, whatever, leprosy, this homeless guy, you don't have any antecedents. But how do you get included then? The idea is not to include people who are already includable. The idea is to include the unincluded. So those were some very, very interesting parameters that were taken. And so I had taken a 1-year sabbatical from IBM. So it was like a very, very tiny atomic part of that project actually. So there at its peak, we were doing 1 to 1.5 million registrations a day. So if you kind of think about the volume, that's about finishing a country like Finland or Ireland in 5 days. So if we were running the Aadhaar program there, we would have finished registering the whole population in 5 days, which included newborn children and everything. And in India, that was not the case. So didn't want to stray too much. What I'm saying is that when you look at data and data intensive things and think about dopamine effect and things that drive adoption, this is another great juxtaposition was to look at an example where there was very little data, but huge value to different groups of people, whether it be the RBI, the banks, the ministries, there was eKYC, there was direct money transfer, and that drove a lot of adoption. So nobody here had to sell data to make the product interesting. So I hope I'm not strayed too far out of the point, but I just thought this would be a kind of a little of a offbeat example to just kind of prove a point.
No, actually, that makes sense because data and data handling is a huge part of any business or product now these days. So yeah, actually that makes sense. So the next question is for Salman. Salman, you are the head of products at Maybank and you've been growing data-driven products and teams. And of course, no discussion is complete nowadays without inculcating AI in it. So I'll just throw in a question related to AI now. How did you have any instance in your workplace wherein you found that AI actually powered a very unique value to the customers of Maybank? But like you were saying before, that there should be a balance. So, unlocking something very unique to the customers, but at the same time, upholding the ethical principles.
Right. I mean, that's a hell lot of a question actually, but then okay, I think not very specific from a company standpoint, but see, we all know that generative AI is knocking the doors every moment, right? How many of you use ChatGPT for exams? For exams? See, immediately she raised hand. Not during the exam, the 3 hours. No. I'm saying preparation of exams. We all use, right? Preparation. I know during also, that's fine. Sir is here or professors are here. But I think to keep it very fair, ChatGPT. Have you ever imagined how ChatGPT is getting all this data, quick responses to you? I was reading somewhere even 10 sentences or 10 words of the response, right? Actually takes energy worth 2 water bottles. I tell you the analogy, right? You should think about this. The sentences which are putting, they're called as tokens and then they're converted and the response go behind them. What is working? A huge, large language model, which is what? Collection of huge, massive data coming from thousands of websites, blogs, articles. God knows who gave the consent, who didn't, but all data is coming up. To be fair of the organizations, but as we was talking, right, that it is needed anyways. So as I mentioned, trade-off between the profitability and sustainability. Yes. Thin line difference, but majority of the applications like ChatGPT and AI powered are bringing a lot of value, but the ethical dilemma still sticks to it. And a very good example of this also is, I think this recently, 2 days back, I was reading the news of a fintech called Klarna, a Swedish firm called Klarna. And I think they rolled out a virtual assistant, a chatbot like you have been using since ages. And they rolled up, I think about 700 people with jobless because of that virtual assistance. Completely, perfectly AI powered, amazing bot. Now, do you think that that was ethical? The 700 people were linked to 7,000 people, maybe their children, their EMIs, their education, their relatives, their everyday bread and butter. You may say it's unethical, right? But the topic, dopamine dilemma. If Klarna was not doing this, any other fintech Swedish company will do it. And then Klarna will be sitting saying, oh, no, I will not do, God will punish me for this. But then the other company would have done it by that time. So I think that's the reality, right? You also want to use ChatGPT. Maybe somebody still using in the room, figuring out something for some submission. So you have to use it. And to provide you that accuracy, that information, that completeness of data, that quick response, ChatGPT also needs to do something, whatever it needs to do. Just now, I think we were talking about Elon Musk, right? That he just now again opened up and said, you know, that last day or yesterday or day before that OpenAI is filing a lawsuit against them, that you're stealing the data and doing whatnot. He was originally the, one of the members there for OpenAI. So what I'm saying is this will continue happening. But to conclude, my point is the product managers have, and if you are aspiring to one of the product managers, you have a very great onus in this. Because product owners, product managers define the product, they define the vision, strategy, every user stories you write, the acceptance criteria. I think you need to be very, very responsible. Then only the responsible AI can come into picture. And the sustainability of environmental, social, governance, the ESG can actually be properly validated. And because of this, I was thinking the other day that now the roles have to be changed. With this coming so much, I would say, ethical issues and things like the data privacy, user consent, maybe the positions now need to come looking for a responsible AI engineer or a responsible data product manager, maybe a responsible product manager, responsible database developer, maybe. Because if you do not have the literacy of how you will be responsible as a developer, as a product manager, as a competitor, as a company, as a government, as a consumer, then I think it's a game of the entire ecosystem to be responsible. Then only we can have responsible AI, which is difficult to have, but maybe somewhere there must be an optimal balance which exists. And we should reach there to save the humanity for sure.
Yeah, I think we both just had a thought, telepathy, because this exact same thing came in my mind, that the onus on the product leaders is huge. Balancing everything from data to like data privacy, the collection of data, giving a product that satisfies the customer needs, along with not replacing manpower, So yeah.
So because I mean we keep hearing this, right? I mean there is this usually there's this general scare, right? That jobs will. So just you should probably go and check out this thing. It's called. I think you can hear me, right? So it's called Givon's paradox. Okay, so which actually is an economic principle which really says that with efficiency instead of actually demand goes up. I mean. So it's a very interesting this thing that, and that's what a lot of people have been saying, that the generative AI, it's like spreadsheets. When spreadsheets came, the job of accountants went down, with 30, 15, 20%. But the jobs of auditors, compliance people, finance managers, there was a 1:4, 4:1 increase in that. So I mean, just in case, so that now at least that we are aligned, that nobody's jobs are going to go away before we started.
Now there are roles called prompt engineers, right? So who are going to enter what needs to be fed into ChatGPT, right? So the questions that you ask in an efficient way so that you don't ever end up spending a lot of dollars for the actual use case that you're trying to solve.
I had written a comical piece on this, how a prompt engineer is not an engineer.
Yeah.
So at least so that all of you engineers don't feel that, who is this engineer? It's more like a sophisticated literature student, actually.
I think,
Yeah.
say something.
Okay.
You want to add?
Hi. So I just took away the mic because so my fourth TEDx is exactly on this, what will be and will not be replaced by AI. And so for that TEDx, I had the chance to research. A lot of jobs will go away. In fact, I posted on LinkedIn day before yesterday. There's a Swiss company that laid off Clary, or I forget the name. 700 people were replaced by generative chat, and these were customer contact center and everything. You all came through airports. Earlier, there used to be a CISF contagion, like complete battalions, like who used to check your bags, and now there are like each station is manned by just 2 CISF this thing. So jobs will definitely go away. It's a fallacy if we are thinking that jobs will not go away. But coming to your example, I actually in my TEDx gave a similar example. There used to be the calculator that we use today that actually used to be a job where there were entire offices filled with people with slide rules who used to just calculate and create log tables and stuff like that. Many of you might have used log tables in school. The point is that as the jobs go away, they become more technical, and the entry barrier to those jobs, they become difficult. So this is more of a rich versus poor fight that is going to happen in the future. Because to get that job, all of a sudden, even to become a prompt engineer or whatever, it's not something that a normal workman with a class 5 education or class 10 education can. So the generative AI and the use cases that it's going to kill are the ones that's going to hit the bottom of the pyramid most. People who are not geared up for it, that is the start of the society. I mean, all of people in this room, we are smart enough, we will see it coming and we will shift out of the way of the storm. But the people who do not have the resources to shift out of it, they will be the hardest hit. People who are driving cabs right now because it's a low skill job in a way, because it needs lower skill qualification, they will be replaced. The security personnel are already getting replaced. People who are finding their first graduation and their first job was in call center, they are going to get replaced. People who are managing your chats, and they will go away. And they will go away where? Do what? They will either be compressed to a completely manual labor, but that also is not. Tesla bot is coming in. All of us have seen the Boston dog. So it's like literally a cornering of society that is happening, and the AI is kind of creating this, the parting of Red Sea, literally, where one side of the society is getting pushed against into a corner, and a lot of people kind of pushed into one corner, while a lot of people like us who will benefit a lot because we will be ahead of the game and we will learn the next trick and we will align ourselves to the management. I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit more time, but this is something that we should completely think it through, that what is happening and why does Elon Musk think that this is the most disruptive technology. So, I mean,
I do agree with you that there will be jobs at the bottom strata of the society will get impacted. However, I think, I mean, in the next few years, governments would start stepping in and provide ways in which those kind of roles would have an alternate employment. I mean, that's how I see it. I do understand that it can be.
Education has always been provided by the government. It's not the government has not opened up schools. It's the people's mandate, people's choice, a natural affinity towards education and spending the time inside the school. That is what we are leaving the society up to. And I don't see that changing at all. I mean, that nature has not changed in hundreds of years in people. And therefore, I mean, there will be people who will always be. So either we will be in a, what's the Blade Runner kind of a scenario, where, I don't know how many of you have seen Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049. or unless we are very successful with space exploration and Mars exploration and colonization, then we are in a different scenario where at least humanity has a scope to expand and there will be manual jobs, whatever. I mean, I'm talking 30 years, 50 years, or 70 years into the future.
Yeah,
But
time will tell us what's going to be there. And the same premise actually started during the Industrial Revolution as well, right? So I think humanity will find its way to move forward, I'm sure, right? And we will all help. I mean, our onus is on us to help that part of the society as well to get what it's due for them, right? So it's something that we need to think through. I do understand, but I don't feel it is the doomsday forecast, right? Because things of this nature have happened in the past, and humanity has come out unscathed from such in the past.
I'll just conclude, right? Because you introduced me as a national debater, but I won't close that discussion. Christopher Lewis Lang, right? If I'm pronouncing the name correctly, the historian, he said, technology is a good servant, but a dangerous master. That's the only point. I think eventually we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah.
But I think both the side, right? For
Every
and
coin
both
has a flip
against.
side. So yeah.
Let's see how we scale through this.
Of course. So moving ahead with our discussion on like dopamine dilemma. My next question is to Vinayak. You have like an extensive experience with Z Entertainment, a platform, a media and entertainment platform every one of us have indulged in. So can you shed some light on how can a sustainable content strategy be achieved, which promises ethical principles to be upheld and the well-being of the user, but at the same time not compromising with the financial viability and the reach of platforms like Z? Just a button.
Yeah, thanks for the very simple open-ended question. It actually involves everything to talk on dopamine dilemma. Fundamentally, it applies even more to entertainment, OTT, gaming sort of apps. The way for any organization, any business to sustain is ensuring it keeps solving problems for users by generating some revenue which offsets their costs. Very simple. Revenue more than cost. People keep using your product, company is profitable, right? Inducing dopamine in your user's brain becomes a very critical aspect of all of this. No one revisits your app, your software, your product if it eventually does not generate some sort of happiness in my mind, right? It's a cycle.
Yeah.
Right. So fundamentally, as product owners, and like said, called it out, the responsibilities are up to us. The same logic, I think, extends to product managers who are building features or products which induce dopamine and are potentials in the dopamine dilemma category, right? Specifically for an OTT platform or for any product in general, as long as your product is adding some relevance to the user's life, solving some problem for the user's life, you as the product manager has all the right in the world to induce dopamine, to do things that tell the user in the best way possible, hey, I solved your problem. Create that happiness, right? In case you feel you are not solving any relevant problem for the user, yet you are trying to dazzle the users with bells and whistles, that's generally a very simple heuristic that tells, hey, you're using the dopamine induction for something wrong, right? So that it becomes a very simple rule of thumb. Anytime any product adds some value, does something relevant for the user, it's a cue for the product manager. Make this experience, make this interaction world class, right? How do you do that? By inducing dopamine, right? Times when people lose the touch with this relevance and dopamine induction is basically when platforms tend to spiral out on the negative side of the dopamine dilemma. Specifically when it comes to OTT platforms, there are a lot of use cases, lot of things that users can do which actually improve their life's quality. For example, I know, being a product manager at Z, whose sole responsibility is ensuring that every person who comes to Z clicks on a content to view. Because I know for a fact, I have all the content in the world to satisfy viewership urges of any user persona. There are lots of titles. There are what, 10, 15 popular genres, 100 popular actors. Any good OTT platform will always have the content that each and every user is expecting to watch, expecting to spend some time viewing, right?
For me, the product manager to serve this user better, I need to understand what the user preferences are, whether he or she is interested in crime, mystery, rom-com, right, comedy, so on and so forth. And for this, I want my users to share some information with me so that I can serve them better, right? I want my users to make some effort sharing their preferences so that the product manager of user experience can give a great experience to the users, right? Interactions like this will not be successful as long as I don't make it delightful, right? So very fundamentally, for any product manager, any person who is trying to solve a problem, as long as you don't make the solution experience delightful, your problem will not be solved well, right? So when I'm trying to make any change for the users, investing design becomes a constant. I always try to ensure every change I expose to the users is delightful in some way, even if it's a bad thing, even if my platform could not show the result. What the user, like a lot of ZIFI users come to ZIFI and search for IPL. They don't know IPL के rights 20,000 crore में खरीद के आते हैं, right? But those folks expect, I go to Z, so Z must be streaming IPL here. So they search for it, and I don't have IPL to show. How do I solve this moment where I'm actually telling no to the user, but telling it in a way कि माफ कर दिया वापस आ जा, right? So these are specific techniques. It's like engaging with humans. You're dealing with humans day in, day out. Humans are not bots. It's not just utility that cracks it for them. So every interaction that you need to have with a person has to be human in nature, where the dopamine factor instinctively comes into play. So as product managers, instead of spending a lot of conscious effort on how to stay away from this dopamine dilemma, a very effective rule of thumb that helps preventing it is ensuring that your interactions with users are relevant. As long as you maintain this relevance, as long as you're trying to build up jazz on interactions which are adding value to the user's life, you are doing the right thing. If at any point in time, a particular interaction, a particular clinking of a coin, or that shimmer on the screen is not needed because it's not adding any fundamental value to the user, you're abusing the dopamine concept. Basically, that's a very simplistic yet an exhaustive way to look at it, is what I would say. And I think a lot of platforms follow it, including Facebook, because they have faced the backlash of what dopamine dilemma can mean to users, right? It eventually, if you don't follow it, dopamine just ends up being that feel good chemical which ends up making you feel bad because of how good you felt, right? So that's the trap product manager should avoid getting into. But as long as you're relevantly solving your user's problem, you will stay away from it. That's my very simplistic take on this.
Yeah, and as long as the dopamine levels are, balanced, I think OTT for that matter is doing a spot on job when it comes to user engagement and, keeping the relevant content on. So yeah, I guess that's pretty good. So my next question is for Bragadish. You've recently delivered an online travel agency product successfully for a financial organization. And in that journey of yours, what are your thoughts of building trust and responsibility amongst your, as the key ingredient along with user engagement? Like with the customers, trust is very important, especially when it comes to financial institutions. So can you elaborate how you and your team actually balance this while you were developing the product?
Sure. So this was pretty interesting engagement when we started that, right? So when the bank actually called us and said that we are looking at building a online travel agency application. So what had happened was my initial reaction was like, why? It's already a red ocean. It's like there are so many players and it's cutthroat competition. And like Sushant might agree with me. So when I meet with like any of the chief digital officers in any airline or any GDS companies or anyone, right? So, or the OTAs, the first question that I ask them is like, who owns the customer? And you will immediately see like different departments inside an airline or a hotel or like GDS. Everybody will say that, oh, I own the customer. Every department will say that I own the customer. And that's kind of like a really crazy thing that happens here. And now we have a banking institution which is trying to get in this. And how do you actually like get ownership of like a travel customer in a bank? So that was the reason why I was suggesting that, okay, this may not really make sense for you. The answer that they gave me was like really interesting. It's like, that's exactly the reason why we want to get in there, because we really want to serve the customers and create value to what Vinayak was saying, right? So to create value for the customers, because the customers feel left out at this point of time. And we really want to change that and make the customers feel included, and also like saying that, okay, now this is what I really want to do. I don't want like thousands of offerings. So now you have like so many OTA apps, right? So OTA apps keep on delivering notifications to you. You can actually like swipe them in, out, and all these things. And you have so many properties, you have so many options that you have to keep selecting them. And I'm sure all of you have traveled using like so many of the different OTAs across the world. And most of the times what you see is like there are a lot of hidden costs. You asked me a question on trust and relationship, right? So if you look at any OTAs, on the last page of the OTA, there'll be an additional service charge that gets added. And then after that, you will also see like, okay, there's a baggage fare, or like this is the baggage allowance that's included, and all these things. And in the search results page, you will not see any of those things that's coming in, right? So that's something that actually like after you have booked, like you're just about to pay, make the payment, they add the service charge. So this is how, this is what the banking institution wanted to actually like change and address. Like we want to be customer focused. How do we really change that? Can we actually like put it at the top and say that this is what you're getting for the price that you're paying? Can we really like make all those things happen? So that was one of the biggest solve for like, because we saw that the customers started really liking that idea, and then the customers started interacting quite a bit on that. Then some of the other things that we did were like around the data privacy and security, right? So you can again like go to any OTAs, any airline websites, go to a lot of these websites, right? So the data privacy and security part is like something that is really, I wouldn't say non-existent, but it's like it's really wanting. It's really lacking a lot of instruments. But in a banking institution, so he would know. So it's like the kind of security and data privacy that comes in with that, right? So it becomes really, really critical. And they were like, okay, we know about the customer. We want to safeguard that customer's interest in all these things. We will only offer like so many offers for them. So we will not actually like make the mistake of like giving like millions of offers. We will say that, okay, now someone wants to go to like Thailand, someone wants to go here, someone wants to go to like Indonesia or something of that sort. We will make sure that they actually like only get those kind of offers, not every single thing. And we know what their preferences are. So we will make it personalized and targeted. And one of the biggest things on the dopamine dilemma, right? So one of the biggest things that we also like looked at is like, because so many of these offers keep continuing, right? So you keep on checking. So when you have decided to go on a vacation, I'm sure all of you have experienced this. So there is so much of price variation that happens within a week's time. So you tend to actually go log into the website and keep checking like what's happening. Has the price changed? Has the price come down? So alert me for the best price and all these things. So you have so many alerts that have been set up. And you actually like go through that process for like, say, almost a week. And it's like almost every 1 hour you keep on checking that, and you get so many notifications. We said that, okay, we will guarantee you the price, and we will say that, yeah, whichever is the lowest price in the next 1 week, we will guarantee you that price for a fee that you can actually like pay for. So we reduced all those kind of things, and we also like did one small accessibility thing. So now we all use mobile phones, we all use so many devices and screens, right? I'm not sure how many of you know about the blue light that actually like is emitted. So we actually like made sure that the colors that was showcased, so it's like it's not really harmful to your eyes, and the blue light is reduced. Every time your eye actually like sees a blue light, it normally thinks that it's bright sunlight, right? So that's what it's daylight. That's what your eye starts feeling. So we had brought in like some people on the accessibility part. So we actually reduced that. So it does not really like, it reduces your dopamine effect and all these things. So that's also something that we did. So,
actually, that's pretty interesting, because, you know, the traditional way of how the travel apps are hooking their audience or the customers by, you know, constantly changing the parameters and attributes. If we can, you know, improve on that, that's actually a very good thing on these apps, especially. So yeah, that's actually
just adding on what he mentioned, right? My son actually told me, I mean, we were having a chat on the dopamine impact. He's like 12-year-old, right? And he asked me, Papa, you know why notifications are actually painted in red? Red actually apparently triggers the dopamine impact in your brain, right? So once you actually see it, you have the impulse to go and check what is available and so on and so forth. So apparently, I was reading in one of the articles that now all the app builders have been encouraged not to use red as the notification, so that it reduces the or
the triggers.
It's a reduces the trigger and build more ethicity into the person who's or the product manager who's building it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, you can keep the mic because the next question will be to you only. We've spoken about various aspects of various platforms and apps and other technologies. You as a product leader have a lot of interaction with your own share of stakeholders like the engineers, your marketers and all that. So how do you foster an environment within your team during the product life cycle, which actually strikes a balance between, data privacy as well as user well-being?
No, that's an excellent question. And it happens all through the life cycle, right? So, I mean, if you ask me whether it used to happen 2 years back or 3 years back, probably none, right? We didn't worry so much about, I wouldn't call, we didn't worry so much about the privacy, but all these regulations that whether it is GDPR, I'm sure all of you know GDPR, right? And then CCPA, which came in California. And I think there's a new one which is coming in Mexico pretty soon, right? So, and that has actually forced us to look into the privacy angle more and more as a part of our not just for the development process, but also for the prioritization process, right? So as a PM or product managers, when we start our planning process, we actually prioritize the privacy requirements above everything else. Because, if you don't do this, probably you will be out of the business, right? So someday, RBI can come and pull the triggers on you, just like how they did with Paytm the other day, right? So it is, I mean, I'm not saying RBI, but in general, any regulatory authority, right? So can come in. So that actually feeds high into our prioritization process now. Anything that has got to do with the privacy or even, and the other thing that we recently added is the value versus engagement, right? So business value is the key criteria for any product manager, right? So can you actually maximize? There is a common understanding that if you keep your users hooked for a longer duration, you are actually maximizing the value that you are actually building into the product. So we are actually questioning that notion now within the product industry. We are questioning that notion. Is it really important to have this quantity or the quality of the interaction that the users do as a part of the software or the app, right? So there is a notion of that. I mean, it's still very early days in terms of the prioritization process, but we are starting to look at whether the value that you derive from the customer interaction needs to be driven by the engagement only, or time of the engagement, or the quantity of the engagement, right? So that's other thing that I wanted to add because of the dopamine dilemma, right? So and then once it's prioritized, we have usually in the companies there are ethics champions now, right? So we have as a part of the development team, as a part of the Scrum team or the teams, right? So one person is nominated to be an ethics champion, and he or she will actually do the analysis for all the features that were actually given, saying, hey, how to implement this with minimal user intrusion.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, both from the privacy perspective and also from the value delivery perspective. And then if it's a bigger feature, which we think could potentially impact the overall, will impact the privacy or ethicity in some ways, we actually take it to the ethics council that we have internally, actually. So that's one of the things which you probably wouldn't have heard in 2 or 3 years back. It is becoming a trend. I mean, nowadays it's AI EI ethical committee or something like that, right? So that's along with this ethical committee, privacy ethical committee. They look at everything that you're doing from an ethical perspective and a privacy perspective to see whether you're delivering the products in the right way, so that it doesn't come back and hit us, both from the privacy perspective, but also from the
well-being of the
well-being of the users. And finally, as a part of the QA or the quality assurance team, we as PMs, as the QA people, saying, put yourself in the shoes of the users, right? So would you be comfortable sharing this information? Would you be comfortable doing this? Of course, if you go to an enterprise software, I don't think users want to stay as long as on the social media app, right? So they probably want to get out of it and go to their homes and enjoy their family time, or probably their time on Facebook, right? So it's important that we prioritize that as PMs. Think about it, how we could deliver value without having to increase the engagement score and keeping privacy in mind in terms of capturing data that you are capturing, as well as how you ensure that the data that you have captured is used for the right purpose.
Yeah, so basically, business practices have been doing this ethical engagement in themselves, but nowadays even product teams have inculcated the same in them.
Correct.
So yeah.
2 cents on this one. Very interesting points you mentioned. I believe as product managers, a new dimension we should add. See, Microsoft, Google, everybody has. I'm not sure if you've seen, they have published AI ethics policies, if you see, right? So I think there's one organizations will do for sure, genuine, not genuine, secondary, but you will publish your policy. With product managers, what we can do, and I gave a suggestion, but it was short down for some other reason, that while we maintain our features, right? Good to have, must to have delighters. I'm not sure if you heard this, but the good to have, must to have, and the delighters. One new dimension which we can add is to see the corresponding impact on the customer.
Absolutely.
So good to have, what impact? Must to have feature, impact on customer, and delighters.
Yeah.
I can certainly tell you that majority of the products will see a proportionate impact as we go in these categories. So the moment you go for delighters, you will see huge impact on the customers.
Absolutely.
Majority of them. So I think there is where we can find out the true north and the optimal solution to this.
The North Star.
Exactly. Like the Gartner's hype cycle, I'm not sure you must be knowing, right, as MBA students. So when they plot it, right? Okay, it's inception, growth, and then stabilization, they finally decline, right? I think so. Every product has a PLC, right? Product life cycle. I think now we can have just prefix R to it, right? What can be a responsible product life cycle?
Yes.
I think the moment we try to ask these questions, and as you mentioned, being a customer of the product itself, maybe to a lot of questions here, we can have an optimal balance.
I'll just add, I don't know how much it is prevalent, but there is also something that is used apparently, which is called the Black Mirror test, which is that, kind of look at a feature and then say, what is the worst that can happen with this feature? I mean, what is the worst manifestation of this feature? And then you test that, and only then you kind of put it out. So you don't test it for, like small this thing, but you kind of, it's like the worst case scenario of a feature at scale, and then say, okay, this is the worst that I can imagine. I mean, obviously people can do worse, but so that's another way of looking at it, that, just at least put that one check, and, that you have done some due diligence and some thought has gone into it. And after that, of course.
I think, Samiran, now you answered my question I had in my mind for a very long time, that why was that Netflix series called Black Mirror, which has episodes of what devastating repercussions technology can have.
So I don't know whether the test came first or Black Mirror came first, but
I am just happily going to link it.
Of course.
Yeah. I think there was a question.
Yeah, I have a question. And it'll take me 2 minutes to kind of explain the backdrop of the question. And please take 30 minutes to answer the question, because I'll try to bring the discussion back to the dopamine dilemma. Now, how I look at it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is the product. The water I put in inside is the content. And me getting this glass full of water to you is the service. The glass itself is the technology. That's my I'm just trying to simplify it. Now, products or apps, they are almost a 50-year-old industry now. Website is almost in its 30s in its modern format. And if you look at BB boards and others and the DOS-based internet itself, maybe 40s. Applications are entering its 16th year almost, right? Do you still think that there is innovation left in this? Because for me, all of the truths are discovered. I mean, most of the things that are causing dopamine effect now, I relegate it to content. The flip of Instagram or TikTok, it's 10-year-old now. And it's not the flip itself that's creating that dopamine, it's the content. And people are chasing content. I mean, half the examples that I heard around pricing or offers, offer is the content. It's a business use case that somebody has designed. And notification is the delivery mechanism, which is again 16 years old now. So do you think that we have plateaued, or are you still seeing innovative products, and please mind products, features coming in? And what is the latest feature that you really said, ah, wow, this looks like something new? Because I haven't seen something in a really long time, maybe 6 or 8 years ago. Because, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, that it looks like that whatever was to be discovered on applications and websites has been discovered. Now we are just kind of using content to drive engagement and dopamines, and it's not actually product that's the hero anymore. I mean, that's my hypothesis. Over to you, sirs.
I think maybe I take a stab from a techno-functional, being a techno-functional product manager. I believe that innovation is continuous. That's forgiven. If it was not the case, AI would not have been there where it is. It started, no, what I'm saying is technology. What are products? They are technology powered. Beside, beneath every product, every application, I cannot see any product without technology. Now, it could be a software technology, it could be a machine technology, it could be any technology, but all are powered. What I mean to say is, I'm articulating the point, same point, right? I think, who's the father of AI? Kathi, right? So what I'm saying is, it started. It does. Orkut, when Orkut came, and we all, I'm not sure how many of you were there. Oh, then I'm not that old, it means. So we all were there. Every day I used to rush from the school, and we used to say, oh, how many scraps? How many scraps? It's actually scrap now. Is it not? Is Orkut not scrap now? Did Mark Zuckerberg did very interesting something, no, right? But he tweaked and brought something which came to be as Facebook and killed the Orkut like anything. I can guarantee right here that in due course of time, there'll be something which will completely kill Facebook. And like I'm talking Orkut today, our children will be talking about Facebook in due course of time.
That was supposed to be Snap until Snap was completely copied into.
So I think what I'm saying is that the reason I see generative AI, right? I'm not sure I can guarantee any of you heard about ChatGPT before ChatGPT came. No, you heard ChatGPT. Any other?
It's conversational.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, even barring the Apple products, which they launch, and every time people feel that there's something new, but when we go deep, we realize that the wrapper of the toffee has been changed, right? And it's the same toffee. But I think even if the products don't change to a lot of degree, the innovation in the product skin, in the delivery, in the feature enhancements, in the way we use, in the way we package them, in the way we decommission them, in the way we grow them, I think that innovation will continue to happen because we have built AI. And I think, okay, biggest example I see. Have you seen the drones yet in your outside your home in Pisa? I have not seen it yet. I have not seen it, right? But we say that for more than 10, 15 years, I think Amazon did the first use case when they're trying to deliver. It has not come yet, right? But there's a continuous innovation happening. Chauffeur-driven cars were not existing. You may say they are still the cars, but is that not an innovation? It is an innovation. Oh, you can't launch Tesla here because I'm sure in Delhi roads, it'll bump into thousands of cows and people, right? I know, but innovation is still happening, right? I have never seen a chauffeur-driven, chauffeur-less car earlier before Tesla came. Who knows? Who knows? Then we all might be having this, product symposium 50 years back, if you arrive by that time, in a very nice drone where all of us can be accommodated, and we will lie between the ground and the pin and the metro somewhere here. So I think that innovation, that's an example which you asked for, right?
I think
so what I believe that innovation can happen for sure. And so
Question is actually coming from a genuine want of creating a product that creates dopamine, but I don't find anything new now. Everything that is there has been there for 6 years, 8 years, more than that, done and dusted. All I can play now is with content. And I mean, if you talk about drone or chat GPT or Tesla bot or whatever, these are new technologies that are coming up. They will find their interfaces also. But I am talking about building products that hook without harming. That is, we are talking about applications, at least to some level, to whatever you guys are building or whatever you guys are experiencing with. Where's the innovation? What is the innovation? The innovation is in content. The product interface has remained largely the same. Notifications.
I think with then all due respect, this is from a lens perspective, right? What we define innovation is that first you define what innovation is, and then what I mean is, from a user perspective, I think innovation needs to be seen at that lens, right? Winter is coming. You leave it, you embrace it. It's your choice. I choose the latter. So I think it's innovation is continuous. In fintech, would actually explain more, but will not turn into a debate matter. I think be it the way of the products are being launched, or be it the way the products will be discovered or delivered. I just now gave you an example. How many could think of that example? That we all can be having an individual drones, which we will be flying, sitting in that between, amid somewhere in the air, not at the high 33,000 feet plane, not with the metro, and not on the ground, maybe somewhere down. So I think that's innovation at a continuous speed.
I mean, just on a lighter note, okay. If you're thinking of drones, I would imagine Terminator 2 would happen much before that.
Very good example. I think 100 years back, 50 years back, Hollywood was making those movies, right? And now things are shaping up. So, the become reality too. Innovation is becoming reality. Sorry, would I need that?
So I'll just take one short crack at it, and you may disagree. So I think in terms of doing things new, I don't think it has to be fundamentally different in its technology. It could be in its application. For me, foundational, digital public infrastructure technology, where India is a pioneer, is an innovation. Aadhaar was was not. Digital identity was not an innovation, but how we did it, where we did it. UPI is recognized as an innovation. Again, payment systems are not nothing new about payment systems. I think what we are doing with ONDC is in terms of disintermediating e-commerce globally. For the first time, we are actually kind of making it platform agnostic. I think that's an innovation. Are the foundational technologies we are using fundamentally new? No, but it's a new way, a new process. I think for me, Bhashini is an innovation. Connecting the country, this thing. But again, the same old transformer technology, the same old translation service, obviously. But
I think his question is more around what is triggering more and more dopamine. Right? So, yeah,
I think we are getting dopamine. I think then.
Users do create and do reach a certain level of threshold, after which they have to take more and more traffic. Correct? So from that perspective, I haven't come across a feature like TikTok or like Flip or Video Flip, which was the vertical video existed, the application existed, but somebody created, the product manager created a flip experience, and that was a rush. But now that is done with it, what's new? Nothing.
The new thing will be coming in, right? So if you have not seen it, then it's yet to be innovated. So that's how the innovation works. And the way I look at it, is like if you go look at NEOM, right? So what Saudi Arabia is doing with NEOM, the line, the Trojana, if you actually look at all the products that they are creating in Trojana or line, it's amazing. So the kind of innovation that they are going to bring in those spaces, that's completely different. Yeah, Interline City, there's so much of product innovation, product thinking that's happening there. Same thing in OEM industry in automotive, there's so much of innovation that's happening. We are yet to see the evolution of that product so that it's in the market. Once it's in the market, you'll all see it. Right now, the innovation is actually in the works and it will happen. So when it happens, you will definitely see it. That's how I like to look at it. Yeah.
So
Okay.
just quick two cents. Simple. My opinion is I don't agree with the fact that innovation will ever stop. I wanted to strongly second Syed's point. By double clicking into it, innovation generally happens in two ways. There is solution level innovation, solution level disruption, or problem level disruption. Everything said touched upon was basically solution level innovation. You will always, no matter what age you live in, will find better ways to solve the same set of problems. That will never stop happening, and because of this, solution level innovation will never stop. Second is problem level disruption. For example, we never imagined drones delivering pizzas, right? I am imagining a future where in 10 years, I fly myself to office. I don't have to take a cab or something, maybe put up a jetpack and just fly out to my office, right? This is a problem level disruption. What do you think the lakhs of folks who are losing their jobs with AI would be doing? Some of them will invent new problems to solve. Some of them will come up with better solutions to currently existing problems. Innovation by nature is happening 24/7. Not 100% of us might be innovating something, but innovation is a constant, just like changes. That's a simple answer to your question. I'm just not delving into a lot of examples.
Thank you so much. This discussion was like eye-opening and triggering all our dopamines here. Yeah. Let's just give chance to the let's just give chance to our audience as well. I'm sure they must be having a lot of intuitive questions themselves. So the floor is open, guys. You can go ahead with asking your set of questions.
Not the dopamine triggering.
No. So one of the ones I have to ingest, I'll tell you. So I don't know if anybody, all of you must have encountered when you are trying to hang your bathroom towel on a hook, it keeps falling, right? It never hangs there. So, and if any of you has used the towel by IKEA, they have given a loop there, so that your towel never falls. So for me, that is a big dopamine rush. It's also a genuine problem. The towel doesn't fall, okay? So anyway.
Yeah.
I need to get it phone in her voice. So I'm finding out the best way to
So like my wife says, she gets the best ideas in the bathroom. She said, you need a waterproof phone, which is a sound recorder. So that, as you're showering, you get an idea, you can record it. Anyway, chalo.
Yeah. Yes, audience, the floor is. Yeah.
Our thoughts also. Yeah, your experiences also. It doesn't have to be a question.
Yeah, your ideas or thoughts.
Hi, panelists. Thank you for the time and sharing with us this points regarding this very interesting topic. So when I think of your products that hook with or without harming, the apps or products that come to my mind is like TikTok, Reels, and all those products. So when I think of those applications, I see that Instagram creates that Reel platform. It's like a platform. Users create the content, and viewers are the actual consumers, right? And there's a lot of hook element into that. So as for a company like Instagram who is making this product or making this platform, do they also consider, because the hook content, the hook element is not on their part, but on the part who is making content and who is viewing it. So how do you, encapsulate this within your product design so that, it can't be, since hook is not in your control, it cannot lead to any harming effect, or it should be hook without harm. So I mean, in this context, if there is any thoughts.
See, sometimes it happens during the product creation. Sometimes it happens after the product is launched. So there are quite a few examples on gaming apps. So they had launched it and they had seen the effects of the game, and people were actually like even Tetris, right? So
yeah,
Tetris,
even the apps like Dream 11 and all these.
So many things, right? So people actually use it and get hooked onto it, and then the producers of those apps or the creators of those apps actually like look at it. Okay, this is actually like creating a disruption in society. We should not be doing that. And there are like people who actually like go and stop it for like, okay, you have used the app for like 2 hours. Even now in most of your Samsung phones and like a lot of Android phones, it actually is a feature there. So you have used your phone for like 4 or 5 hours. So you actually have to give it a break of like 2 or 3 hours before actually like going and using it again, right? And there's this particular gaming app. I'm trying to remember the name. I'll tell you the name after searching it. But they had actually like given a 4-hour break. If you have played a game for like 30, 40 minutes, then they will give you a 4-hour break before you can actually like continue playing with that. And then the industry actually like saw that, and they all adopted it in a completely different way. So there are like people who use it unethically. There are people who actually look at it from an ethical standpoint and they actually prevent it. There are other gaming apps which said that, okay, now people really want it. They have been checking that, okay, is this game available? Is this game available? So they saw that people are getting hooked onto it. They said that, let me go ahead and monetize it. If you want to actually continue playing, pay me $10 so that you can continue playing. So there are companies which do that as well. There are companies which actually like say that, okay, no, I don't want to create this kind of a disruption in society. It's dependent on the product company who creates it and the creator who creates it to actually like see the disruption. We all get the data. We have to actually like consciously and ethically look at the data and see what we should be actually launching, and then make a decision and decide on those things. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
To your specific question also, a lot of product and product leaders are thinking, to add toll gates. Toll gates meaning when you have the product development life cycle, right from the requirement elicitation, means gathering of requirements. What do you need as a customer? Till all the phases, till the delivery and the mass rollout, right? They add implementation. Exactly. They're adding a lot of toll gates. These toll gates have multiple checklists, right? For example, data privacy, user consent, access information, linguistic, algorithmic bias, model hallucinations. You're a data scientist, probably, somebody was a data scientist talking to me, model hallucinations. So these are very core components to be the companies, are trying to now pitch in different as toll gates, right? Checklist 1, 2, 3, 4. Does it actually cover? Why? This is also reason. We can say companies are smart, right? Every organization, I think at least CMMI 5 and above, are required to obey and adhere to SDGs. You know SDGs, right? SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, right?
Yeah.
So there is, a whole lot of stuff happening that you have to be SDG, and then you get different, subsidies and help from the government and a lot of things if you are SDG enabled. Because of that, also there's a lot of pressure coming top to bottom on the organizations to add a lot of these toll gates. And last but not the least, compliance, internal, external, both. So he was talking about GDPR, PDPA, the California one. There are multiple others thing. Lastly, I really believe that the programmers, people who code, the developers, the data scientists, the database developers, product managers, program managers, CEOs, and all the CXOs. It is a time that they all need to be aware of proper literacy, meaning all the things I just talked about, right? Everybody should be aware of. A lot of times you see people developing something, but the programmers themselves are not aware of the GDPR and PDPA things. They don't know. So, and then what it leads to an incompetent architecture of the solution. And then in the dopamine impact, we roll it out. And then finally we see, in the co-pilot, we realize or not, we see that it has a detrimental impact. And then a lot of startups are being asked to roll out the roll off the products because of the same aspect. So to a very specific question, I think toll gates need to be added everywhere. So you will understand, am I on the one hooking, or there's some other party involved who will hook to the customers and bears the onus of ethics.
Exactly. Yeah. True.
If that answers, yeah.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah. Thank you.
And in fact, just to add to what he said, right? So, extending that up for the privacy part, there are no new licensing models coming into place now. So if you don't want to, provide your data, right? So which is used for the larger good, you can say, I don't want to contribute to this, but I'll pay a little more for you not to use my data, right? So those kind of models where the companies are actually getting more from the people who are sharing less. That is also another interesting model that I have seen personally in some of the companies I've started adopting.
Thank you. I think schemes on both sides, customer side, and then as Sayed sir mentioned that even compliance to those SDGs will push companies to put these toll gates. So that should really help us in that case. Yeah. For making responsible engagements.
Yeah, and then the compliances, right? So like he said, no one thought ESG would be such a big thing in 2022 or 2023, right? Who would have thought, the companies had to certify themselves for ESG.
Yeah.
Probably.
And there will be a sustainability officer role created.
Exactly.
I never thought about sustainability officer role.
Yeah.
I think this talks about the stuff
Impact,
itself.
yeah.
And probably 5 years down the line, we'll be sitting here and thinking about, a regulator maybe closing down Facebook in India, saying, you're not aligning to my set of
Sustainability
practices.
goals. Yeah.
Let him ask. He's trying for last 2-3 minutes. Then we are stopping it with our Gyan. Huh? Sorry.
Sir, first of all, thank you, panelists, for your valuable time. My name is Ajay Bajaj, and I've worked with Maruti Suzuki for 7 years. My question is about co-creation of the products between automobile sector and IT sector. We see the data that was presented by 2000, we see the 18% of the value a car consists of IT or electronic products. Right now, it has gone to 44%. And to enhance the customer experience as well as to improve the product usability, we use technologies like telematics and connected cars so that we can give the features to customer, and also as well as we can actually get the real-time data of the usage of the car and design better. But we see the growth of the co-created products is very slow in this sector. What do you think are the challenges that are leading to this innovation being slow, and what do you see this as a future?
Can you repeat the last sentence, sorry?
What I'm saying is basically we need co-creation of the products between the automobile sector and IT sector for creating the value for the customer as well, and also to get the real-time data of the car usage so that we can also improve the products. But what we see is the growth in this sector has been slow with respect to co-creation. What do you think are the challenges that are actually challenging this co-creation, and what do you see this as a future?
So I mean, may not be the direct answer. So I was involved in this so-called car. So Tata Motors at one point was building the first sports car in India. If you go on YouTube, you'll find it. It's called Tamo. Very unimaginatively called Tamo, Tata Motors. so in fact, Mr. Mistry was the champion of that. And he had this thought that we just like the Formula One, we will build a sports car, we will learn from it, and then we will take that learning into passenger cars or even wherever. So in fact, the car was designed, it was built, we took it to the Milan Auto Show, we took it to Delhi. A lot of Microsoft technology was built into it. So, you could do meetings from the car and you would get notifications and all of that. So, but somewhere on the way, obviously it got lost. So long and short of it, I think the connected car, EV in cars, more automation, I think it's all on the way. I think what car companies are struggling with is, who will pay, what is the revenue model and who will pay? And there was a lot of talk about, who will own the data now, customers' data, the car companies used to not give it out, but now that data, you've got so much behavior data, what will happen? Should it go to fleet management first? Should it be bus? Should it be operators? Should it be passenger cars? So I think, at least in my view, I think it's the technology is evolving at a certain level, but I think the right economic and business model is, they're trying to find a balance that where should they go first? Because I think we did it with fleet operators. Then we figured out that the Tata truck, only 50% of the truck is built in Tatas. After that, all of it is built by body shop, body work, right? So now where does it go? So in my opinions, it's a little that I don't think it's so much about the technology there as it is about struggling with the right business model and who will pay for the car and what will they do with that information that they collect and who else can they sell it to and stuff like that. I mean, at least that's my personal, yeah.
So the way I look at it, it is your car can already be downloaded. So every 2 weeks, you can download your car. So the software is already pretty much integrated. You said like 44%. I don't believe it's 44%. It's gone much beyond that. Probably we don't see that in India yet. But like right now, Tesla is actually like releasing cars or like releasing newer softwares almost every week. It used to be like 2 weeks. Now they have reached every week and you can actually like download a lot of features, and they are doing a lot of analytics, and based on your driving patterns, a specific software personalized for you is already getting downloaded to your car. So that's where we have reached. On the IT services part, if you're talking about like Indian IT services companies combining with like all your Nissans and Fords and Stellantis and like any other car companies of the world. That is also happening at this point of time. So there's like a very, very close coordination. And Nissan has like a GCC in India. You have like Ford having a GCC in India. You have like Stellantis having a GCC. And there are a lot of companies which have set up GCC. And a lot of Indian IT companies are actually like working with them as well. So it's like that is also happening. There's a lot of innovation on the connected cars happening. And between Europe, India, and like the Southeast Asian market, there's so much of things happening in the IT services space, specifically related to connected cars. So that's how I look at it.
MG Hector is a internet insight. I think when MG Hector came, right, I was very this thing spellbounded with that, to be honest. And when I went to buy a car and the sales I saw for MG Hector, then I thought, why, right? And being a former IT software engineer, I was like, okay, let's see what. So I think the features they have, right? Many of you may be having MG Hector. I think that is one example I see, where IT actually really met and did a perfect collaboration with the automobile. Although I'm not a very automobile, beyond my area of influence. But I think one example I saw, and to his point, maybe Tesla and other companies are doing it. It's just the wave of operating model and margins are not being figured out into the India market. We'll keep it as a
that being one of the inputs. But a very simple answer to your question in my mind is that innovation is happening, co-creation is happening. Just the nature of Internet of Things, hardware innovations reaching out to masses, it's by definition slower than technological advancements, right? Any new app that gets launched in the world, I think ChatGPT cracked Twitter's record of reaching 5 million users in 20 days or so. Access to technology that exists on Android web or Apple platform, iOS platforms is much easier than accessing hardware, which is probably using cutthroat technology to solve some real value, some real problem in real life, right? So while co-creation may be happening, we are just not as accessing it to that level as much as we are accessing the latest available apps in the market. But that's
Car is a product which has a lifetime of government mandated 15 years. It can go beyond that. That you understand, right? The technology did not get into the car because the technology was shifting too fast. In a product which gets obsolete in 15 years, you can't put in a technology that was getting obsolete in 1 year or 2 years. When the hardware has stabilized to some extent, the technologies have stabilized to some extent, they started getting into the car because now they could ride with the car for 4 or 5 years, which is an average time in which a person changes the car, right? So you know that it's not just about selling a car, but it's also about maintenance and services which have to be expanded, and maintaining a technology inventory of a hardware inventory of 15 years worth of models that are getting released with 15, and you worked in cars, so you know that minimizing the components is one of the easiest way to save costs in an automobile industry. And just because of that reason, the slow development in IT in cars, it's not that the car industry is not aware of the technology or the hardware. They have deliberately chosen a path that once a technology becomes mature, then they put it in and they're trying to drive innovation through software. The latest ones that have come in, like 700, Mahindra 700 and others, which have all these digital panels and other things, you see how the digital panel, OLED and all of that have now matured and stabilized for 3-4 years. There's no innovation, there's bendable screen and things like that going. So now they have taken a regressive technology and put it in the car, because that technology has percolated enough inside the population that it can stay there for 6-7 years without them having to maintain extra inventory, without you feeling that the technology has become old. So that is the long and short of it, that for a 15-year worth life cycle of a product, you will load it with something that has a life of at least 7 or 8 years. And that's why people have been slow to deliver that. Yeah. But you will see this change happening much faster because now the hardware industry, the hardware part of it is really getting stabilized. Very few innovation again on that front happening. Chips getting condensed, but not at the same pace. Screens getting denser and with more pixels, but not at the same pace as we were seeing 15 years ago. So now you will see that change happening and more cars will become that. So that's the short answer in my sense.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Ajay, and the esteemed speakers. Keeping in mind the paucity of the time, we'll just have one last question if anyone has to the esteemed speakers, and then we can just wrap up our panel.
Hi, everyone. I am Atul Shrivastava. I have 13 years of experience working in 2 automobile major and a EV startup. So my question to right now, I think the most innovative product or disruptive product is the generative AI, or we can call it ChatGPT. And in latest address, Mr. Andrew NG has also told that how to regulate that product. And he has appraised about India's approach to AI by regulating it in a means to control it, and so that products which people can hook without harming, basically. He was talking about a similar thing. And recently also Elon Musk also raised a concern with Sam Altman about the OpenAI. What is your opinion about this regulation aspect? And whether that will basically create an ecosystem that products like generative AI, which have a larger impact on the society in the long term, can be controlled or taken care of with that? Because there are a lot of concerns about that.
I think I'm not sure how true my analogy would be, right? I'm mixing very two extremes here. COVID came, right? And everybody was stuck. Not even a so-called plane or bird could fly. Every medicine or the vaccine which is released, right? It takes years and years for hit and trial, and then it comes to the market, right? But then, did you see any kind of, please say it, sir. I mean, did you see any kind of, a lot of regulation happening at that time? But it's still breakthrough, right? The vaccines which we got, they still hit the market. Everybody was taking, you know why? Because the priority was need of the hour. Why I'm drawing this analogy is, right, when Gen AI is coming with that speed and with that kind of augmentation of operational efficiency. If you ask me, I always tell people that AI to me is nothing but operational efficiency. Largely, any category use case you take, it will be OPEX. It will be operational efficiency, right? If you segregate further, that's fine, but operational efficiency. Meaning to what I'm alluding to is that and articulating that this will not stop. There is no way it can stop. How many people find, this is I may be wrong, my personal opinion, lawsuit or whatever, it will not stop. Coming to the regulation, it will always run under the lens of regulation. The only question would be how strong or how weak the regulations are imposed, and the sheer trade-off between profitability and sustainability. The first thing which I started. So I think regulations will be there. If it will not be there, there will be many people standing against it. The regulation will be there. But while this war of regulation will keep on happening, and definitely there will be more and more, like the GDPR, PDPA. I think there is no time now. There will definitely be soon enough properly classified regulations for AI. Something AI, CA, AI, India, AI, California, whatever. Depending upon different geography, different needs, regulations, there will be regulations for sure. But it will not stop. So both the things will continue. What I believe and what I really want, that the parallel wall of regulation wins, saying that, okay, we'll have AI, we'll not slow it down, but then we will have guardrails and toll gates, as I was mentioning, in parallel. That's my thought process, I could say.
I think it is too early to regulate. It will take some time to actually get into the regulation space. For me, if we can let it diverge to converge at a later point of time, because we are still in understanding phase, awareness phase, and a lot of things are currently happening, right? Yeah, scratching the surface. I don't think we have really understood the power of, it's not just ChatGPT. So there's so many other things that have come up along with that. So I think we are yet to really get a deeper understanding of it. So if you all diverge to converge at a later point of time, probably it will start converging around 1 year, 1.5 years from now. So we will understand where it's going. At that point, if we start with the regulation, I see that happening in 3-4 years time, not before that, because it will be too early to regulate immediately.
So quickly, from my point of view, regulation will be the final milestone that brings this dilemma, the potential, the harms of having unresponsible AI out there, right? Regulation will finally solve it for good. Right now, every product owner, every organization has a plethora of tools, practices that they themselves can action on, which basically solve this problem. For example, app builders can basically have a very balanced trade-off between user experience and addiction. or they may relinquish all the rights to the users, or they may educate the users how much screen time is better. There are hundreds of good practices that app builders can inculcate right now that solve this problem. Is anyone going to do it? No. Why? Because my neighbor will earn the money, right? Still, a lot of startups are venturing into it, but it will not solve the problem for good. What I foresee happening is platforms, for example, Androids, iOS, PWA platforms of the world, which are the carriers of all the software applications we interact with, are best placed to actually enforce these regulations, which prevent applications from actually abusing the dopamine dilemma, right? The dopamine abuse when it comes to users. That being said, even when regulation kicks in, there will always be this 5 to 10% innovative startups who will find, very innovative ways to get users back into the dilemma. So eventually, the onus lies at on the user. As long as me, as a responsible user, know what the application is doing for me, I will engage with it to the extent that it has solved my problem, not beyond it, not less than that, right? So companies, organizations being more responsible is the first step. Regulations kicking in, mostly being enforced by platforms, is a potential and practical second step. But the user being very responsible about how applications are being used is probably the best solution to this problem that solves this dilemma once and for all.
I will also add, and in case you have been curious, my name is over there. So I have been participating in the full spirit of.
Thank you, sir.
But it's not a very serious answer. If you're really interested in this space, I will recommend you to find a very old movie called Bicentennial Man. If you don't find the movie, read the novel by Asimov called Bicentennial Man, which talks a lot about the ethos of this in a fictional environment where a robot actually petitions the government to be considered as a citizen. And the government gives the robot an answer that all the laws were made for a man who dies. You don't die, so therefore you can't be considered a human. And then the story progresses and how he approaches in the logic. But so it's kind of a fiction, but it's written like a philosophical treatise. You will really get a lot of arguments and counter arguments in this book, even though it's a fiction, and pick up Asimov's any of the other books, and you will find some sense or other in this. And if you want to see one of the things that can happen, I mean, there's a series on Amazon Prime called Expanse. That is something that also you should completely see. Whenever AI comes up, people just have a handy Terminator reference, but there are much better references. Battlestar Galactica is a very good reference to watch. Expanse, Bicentennial Man. They're like hordes of things better than Terminator that will give you a much nuanced AI-related thought processes, including what she talked about, Black Mirror. What are the rights actually of an AI again, and one of the positions that I see in the future coming up is the AI ethics chief inside the organization. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the answers.
So this brings us. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers and the audience. This brings us to the end of panel 3. And I would like to have Kautilya and my friend Debaspati back on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panel members for your amazing insights that you have shared with us today. Your expertise and perspectives on the topic, the dopamine dilemma, have enriched our understanding. We appreciate your valuable time and contributions to Aurora. Some of the learnings that I could note from the discussion, how Mr. Jagdish told us about developing the OTA app, Mr. Samiran Ghosh on giving us some insights on Aadhaar and UPI, Mr. Vinayak Desai on how adding delight induces the dopamine, Mr. Vishwanathan how he spoke on the B2B side of things rather than B2C, and finally Mr. Satya Priyadarshi sir for engaging into the discussion. Thank you for that. The token of our appreciation, would now like to invite Professor Sarangi sir to present the mementos to our guests as we invite them one by one. May I invite Mr. Samiran Ghosh first? Mr. Bragadish Natarajan. Mr. Syed Salman. Mr. Vishwanathan Balu.
Shit.
And Mr. Vinayak Desai. Thank you, Sarangi sir.
Before we end our day, we would like to invite Bala from the corporate case competition team to declare the winners of the case competition that was held by Protzion with collaboration with the CCC team. Bala.
Thank you, Kautilya. Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to stand before you today to announce the winners of the AURORA 2024 events. First, let's congratulate once again our winners from our earlier quiz, Reshma, Nishit, Jaideep, and Soumya. Next, let's turn our attention to the article writing competition. The theme was Not All Great Products Win. Do you agree? If yes, what does? The winners or the best three topics that were chosen were Abhishek Gupta, Isha Banerjee, and Karan Goyal. We thank Mr. Ashok Balakrishnan, a retired professional with over 35 years of experience in corporate business, channel development, strategic leadership, and cross-border teams for his assistance in evaluating these articles. Now, without further ado, moving on, let's acknowledge the sponsors and contributors of the case study competition. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the product folks for their generous support and dedication to empowering professionals in the product field. The product folks helped us in organizing the case study competition, providing valuable insights, and identifying our esteemed judges. Special thank you to our judges, Professor Atanu Ghosh and Mr. Rohan Gupta, for their expertise in evaluating the case study submissions. Professor Atanu is an entrepreneur, a coach, an educator in digital transformation, digital marketing, and digital product management. Mr. Rohan Gupta is a product manager in Dosha Telecom and has experience with companies like BCG, ZS, etc. Without further ado, let's congratulate our top three teams. In third place, we have Team Visionary from IM Shillong. In second place, Team Projects from IM Indore. And securing first place, let's hear it for Team ISB Motown from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Well done to all the teams who have participated. Your hard work and dedication have truly paid off. As we come to the close of this event, I want to express my gratitude once again to the product folks for sponsorship, support, and commitment to fostering innovation in the product field. And with that, the Corporate Competition Committee of 23-24 signs off. Thank you to everyone for their enthusiasm, participation, and support throughout the year. Special thank you to Professor Kanagaraj, Anshu ma'am, and the entire placement office team. Thank you.
As we come to the end of the day, I would like to thank you, professors, guests, and fellow batchmates for making this event wholesome and inclusive. We would also like to thank our sponsors, gold sponsor Yashvi International, silver sponsor Go Cracket, case competition partner, the product folks, giveaway partner Skillbus, food and beverages partner Udipi Upahar and Cones and Delights, and radio partner Big FM for their support in the AURORA event. Dear guests, professor and classmates, thank you for joining us today in this enriching session.
Okay.